The following is a short-lived research project on the Slender Man. There are woodcuts dating back to the 16th century in Germany, featuring a tall, disfigured man with only white spheres where his eyes should be. They call him Der Grossman, or the Tall Man. He was said to be a fairy who lived in the Black Forest. Bad children who crept into the woods at night would be chased by this slender man, and he wouldn't leave them alone until he caught them, or until the child confessed to their parents what they had done. Even then, there's a chilling account from an old journal dated around 1702. It's translated from German, so some words might be inaccurate. My child Lars, he's gone, taken from his bed. The only thing we found was a scrap of black clothing. It feels like cotton, but softer, thicker. Lars came into my bedroom yesterday, screaming at the top of his lungs that the angel is outside. I asked him what he was talking about, and he told me some nonsense fairy story about Der Grossman. He said he went into the groves by our village and found one of my cows dead, hanging from a tree. I thought nothing of it at first, but now he's gone. We must find Lars. My family must leave before we are killed. I'm sorry, my son. I should have listened. May God forgive me. There's another story, this one from a book. When Slenderman started showing up in online forums, something about it felt familiar, and I'm an amateur folklorist. I have a few sources lying around. Eventually, I found something in W.K. McNeil's Ghost Stories of the American South. Most of the stories in that book are transcripts of recordings the folklorist made, but McNeil compiled and annotates them. It's a really handy book. Anyway, this story appears in the book's 7th section, Other Supernatural Creatures. When I was younger, a cousin of mine came to live with us. He was older than me and my sisters, maybe 16 or 17. We were the only folks that left in the world, really. He was the awfulest liar you ever knew. Anything he told you, a lie, almost. I mean, I liked him all right. We slept in the loft during the summer because it was cooler up there. In the winters, we'd sleep on the floor closer to the stove. My sisters had their own room. One night, my cousin wakes me up, punches me in the shoulder. It's summer, so we're in the loft, and my first thought's to punch him back. I ain't happy being woken up, but before I could say anything, he puts his hands over my mouth. Even though it's dark, I can tell he's scared. Listen, he says. So I do. I hear it. Scratching. Like something on the roof. And the roof's right over our heads, mind you, because we're in the loft. I'll tell him it's just a raccoon. No, he says. I heard it before I woke you up. It's like footsteps. Like someone's walking up there. I wasn't buying it. Told you he's a liar. So I go back to sleep. Next day, he tries to tell Pop about it, and Pop ain't having it either. But later, we're at supper. Pop sends my little sister, Lily, to fetch water from the pump out back. After a while, we hear Lily scream. Ma's up first, then Pop, and the rest of us all stay at the table. We didn't want to get in trouble. Soon enough, we hear Ma and Pop shout too, and me and John run out to help. All they find is this water pail she carried out. There's no sign of Lily. My cousin John's just standing there, pointing across the field. It's the man walking yonder, he says. And no one's listened to him, but he keeps saying it. It's the man walking yonder. I look out over that field, and the sun's setting. The whole field's lit up orange. There's a row of black trees at the edge of the woods. And I swear, one of the trees, it moved. Like a man walking away. But it couldn't have been a man. No man's that tall or that skinny. Well, Pop takes us inside. He locks all the doors, gets his rifle. We wait there all night. Ma's crying the whole time. Next morning, we take the wagon into town. Told folks what happened, but nothing came of it. John ran off a few weeks later. We moved closer to the mill where Pop was working. Even now, I still can't look at the trees at sunset. Especially not on windy days, when they sway back and forth. Like a man walking away. Some people say he's a myth, an urban legend, a made-up story meant to scare people. However, I've seen him. I've seen what he's capable of. I've seen how frightening he really is. And I never want to see him again. I was around the age of 11 and I lived in the country with my mom, dad, and 8-year-old sister. The entire town was surrounded by forests, and not very many people lived in it. It was a simple town. There were no big business chains or anything like that. All the shops were family-owned. In fact, our family owned a small bakery that was actually the downstairs level of our home. My sister Abigail and I would always go to the tiny park by the edge of the woods to play with the other children that lived in the town. There weren't many, so we all knew each other. Sometimes my sister would go to the park by herself while I did my homework. One day she came into my room while I was working on some math problems. "Sarah," she said to me excitedly, "I met someone new at the park. You should come meet him." I turned to her with a smile. "I can't, Abby," I said. "Mom said I couldn't go out and play until my homework was finished and my room was clean." "But he's not going to be there all day," said Abby. "He's probably already gone." "I'm sure he'll come play another day," I said, turning back to my work. "I'll meet him next time." I had quite a bit of homework for the next couple of days. Abby would always try to get me to play in the park with her new friend, who she didn't seem to know the name of, but I was too busy. And finally, it was Saturday. I didn't have anything to do. We went to the park together and played on the seesaw. "Where's your new friend?" I asked her. "I guess he's not here yet," she replied. I was beginning to wonder if this friend was imaginary, and after about 15 minutes, a younger kid came up to us and tugged on Abby's sleeve. "Abby," he said, "a tall stranger's back. Let's go play with him." Abby hopped off the seesaw and urged me to follow. I felt uneasy at hearing the boy call his friend the tall stranger. All the same, my curiosity was too great, and I followed. All the children headed into the forest and gathered around a dark tree. I stood by my sister and gasped, seeing that it wasn't a tree at all, but an unnaturally tall man. He had to be 8 or 9 feet tall, and he was so thin I thought the wind was going to blow him away. He was wearing a black business suit, and his arms were too long to be proportional. I squinted, trying to see his chalk-white face, but for some reason I couldn't make it out. It was as if there was no face at all. Something about the man unnerved me. Part of me was enticed to come closer, but the other part of me was screaming, telling me to run away. There was a faint ringing in my ears. The children circled around him. For whatever reason, they were more drawn to him than I was. I wondered if it had anything to do with the fact that I was older than all of them by a few years. They reached up to him, touching his thin, bony white hands. Abby was trying to push through the other kids so that she could touch the man as well. I looked at her face. Her eyes seemed almost hypnotized, as if the man's presence was luring her into some kind of trap. I looked back up to the man and gasped, seeing how multiple tentacle-like arms were coming from him, reaching slowly to the children, and they cooed softly, reaching their hands up excitedly. The ringing in my ears was now painfully loud. I screamed, I covered them, feeling dazed. My mind was foggy, my vision was blurred. Abby was still trying to get closer to the man, but without thinking, I grabbed her hand and ran as quickly out of the woods as I could. I didn't even look back. Once back in the park, Abby yanked her arm away from me, practically sobbing. "Why did you do that?" she yelled. "I wanted to play with the tall stranger." "Abby," I said, panting, that thing is bad. I don't even know what it is. Please don't ever go near it again." "You can't make me," Abby screamed at me. "I'll tell Mom not to let you go," I said. "I'll say there's a creepy man always hanging around the park. She won't let us go anymore." "Why don't you want to come here anymore?" said Abby. "I don't want to be around that thing," I replied. And I took her hand, leading her home. I told my mom about a stranger in the park, leaving out the details of how unnatural he was. But she didn't seem to think anything of it. She said it was probably just someone's father that we didn't know or something. I didn't want to argue, I just had to make sure Abby didn't go to the park myself. Mom soon changed her mind, however. The next day on the news, there was a report of 3 missing children. They were all siblings, and Abby and I had just seen them at the park the day before, gazing up at that creature in the forest, along with the other children. According to the news story, they had gone to the park and had never returned home. Their parents were distraught. There was no sign of a struggle. They seemed to have simply vanished. After seeing the story, Mom decided that the stranger I had told her about was probably not to be trusted, and she forbade us to go to the park without an adult. The disappearances didn't stop other kids from going to the park, apparently. Each day, more children were disappearing, and again, there was no evidence as to where they could have gone. We wondered why parents kept letting their kids go, but then I thought, what if they were going without their parents knowing? So I had to be careful. I needed to keep an eye on Abby. A week went by, and Abby and I were the only children left in the whole town. The police were searching everywhere, but they hadn't come even close to solving the case. It all felt so unrealistic, like a dream. How could a dozen or so kids go missing without a trace? Strange things started to happen to Abby as the week rolled on. She started getting out of bed in the middle of the night, standing next to it, just staring blankly at the wall and not moving for hours. Then she'd lay and she'd sleep once more. When I caught her doing this, I told her the next morning, and she said she couldn't remember. Abby also stopped eating as much. Mom was getting worried and urged her to eat, but she always said that she wasn't hungry. She was drawing these strange pictures obsessively, as if she was being controlled by something unseen. The pictures all had a very messy circle with a scribbled X drawn over it. They said things like, "seize me" and "run," and other disturbing phrases and words. Sometimes I would watch her draw these pictures, her eyes glassy, her hands moving abnormally fast across the paper. And finally, one night, I heard her get out of bed again. I stood up, I went into the hall, and I saw her leaving her room. This was a first. All the other times, she just stood like a statue next to her bed. I tried calling to her, but she didn't respond. I followed her as she left the house and out into the night. It was cold, slightly windy, and neither of us had our shoes on. I walked closely behind her, but it seemed like she was unaware that I was even there. I even tapped on her shoulder, but she completely ignored me. And then I saw that we were headed into the park. "Abby," I whispered urgently, "we shouldn't be here. Let's go home." She didn't answer. I tried to grab her arm and pull her back, but for some odd reason, she seemed stronger than me. She continued to walk through the park and into the forest. I didn't want to go in there, but I wasn't going to leave Abby alone. Our surroundings got darker as we headed deeper into the woods. I followed Abby much farther into the trees than before when we had last seen that tall figure. Again, I tried to tell her to come home with me, but she stayed silent. There was this very faint ringing in my ears again. Further and further we walked until finally we came to an area lit by moonlight where the trees were less dense. Abby stopped walking. I stood next to her, hugging her arm and urging her to turn around. The ringing in my ears started growing louder and my head began to hurt. I closed my eyes, holding my head in pain as the high-pitched whine became too loud to withstand, and suddenly it stopped. I opened my eyes, looking up slowly. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. He was standing right in front of me, towering above me like some kind of living tree. I looked to Abby and I saw her staring up at him, her eyes blank as if she was in a trance. "Abby!" I gasped. My voice was hoarse. "Please, let's go! Run!" Still, she didn't move. I grabbed her shoulders and shook her. "Abby!" She slowly tilted her head to the side, staring at me. It was eerie. The look she was giving me, still she remained silent. Just then I saw this thin, tentacle-like hand wrap around Abby's throat, and she was ripped out of my grasp. I screamed, watching as she was lifted into the air. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. I couldn't look away. Abby was struggling, choking from the man's grip. He seemed to be staring at her with his non-existent face. A fierce wind blew through the trees for a mere second, and then everything was still and silent. Almost too silent. Abby was limp. Her head hanging down, I couldn't see her face. The man slowly sat her down on the forest floor, and she stood next to him, seeming to be conscious. I wanted to approach her, but I was still glued to the spot. Nothing prepared me for what happened next. Abby slowly lifted her head and stared at me. I gasped, horrified at her face. Her skin was pallid, clammy-looking, her eyes sunken and blank, sleepless shadows beneath her eyelids, and then she began to cry blood. She wasn't sobbing or even moving in any way. She stood there, unblinking, blood running from her eyes down her cheeks. I felt like I was going to be sick. Then I was suddenly aware of many glowing eyes watching us, and I saw the shadows of children in the distance. They disappeared as soon as I noticed them. I looked back to Abby and saw her body fading into darkness, becoming nothing but a silhouette of her former self. And then she was gone. I felt tears running down my face, but I couldn't move a muscle or make a sound. I stared up at the tall, no-faced man, and he began to walk away, finally disappearing into the trees. I stood there for maybe an hour before I was able to move. I fell to my knees, and I sobbed, continuously looking around to see if Abby would come back. I called out for her, but I knew that she was gone. I lay on the wet and leafy ground, shivering and crying. Hours later, a group of policemen found me in the forest. Seemed Mom had called the police once she noticed Abby and I weren't in our beds. The men had to lift me off the ground and carry me home. When we got to my house, they questioned me about my sister and where she had gone. "The man," I said, "a tall, slender man in a black suit, took her and the other children away." "Can you describe the man?" said one of the policemen. "He was tall as a tree and skinnier than I am," I explained, shaking from the memory of the creature. "His skin was white, his arms were too long, and he had no face. At one point he had more than 2 arms, but they looked like tentacles." The policemen looked at each other, and I wasn't sure if they believed me or not. Shortly after the incident, Mom started packing up the house. The police still searched for Abby and the other missing children, and they found nothing. We ended up moving very far away from that town and into the city. She hoped it would be safer, and I still don't know if anyone believed me about the Slender Man. Years had gone by, and I was in college. I moved away from my home. I got an apartment of my own. I never told her, but I continued to see the Slender Man periodically. I saw him outside in the streets at night, and I even saw him outside my house a few times. Sometimes I had the strangest feeling that he was in my room when I was asleep, watching me. I knew I couldn't run from it, but I didn't want Mom around. I didn't know what he wanted. All I knew is that I didn't want him around anymore. And finally, my sightings of him decreased in number. I can't explain why or how, but I was relieved. However, it didn't chase away the nightmares I had every night. Always the same, my sister's bloody face fading into darkness. Some say he's a myth or an urban legend or just a story. Some says he eats children that he abducts, and others say he simply kills them. Only I know the truth. Many people claim to have seen him, but I know they haven't. The Slender Man doesn't eat children from what I saw. I can't exactly explain what he does with them. It's almost like he steals their souls, seals them away in some other dimension. And I witnessed it. People ask me if I've heard of the Slender Man. You know what I say? No. Why does the color blue look blue? Why does a rose smell sweet? What is happiness? What is pain? Why can the taste of a fine wine summon unpleasant memories? And the truth be told, I'd have been perfectly content to die not knowing these things. Would have been a mercy. You've all heard the words, "There are fates worse than death," at least once. Until now, I can't say I truly understood their gravity. Honestly, I can't say that any of us do. Until it's too late. We romanticize this immaterial ghost between our ears, a thing that's as subjective as we think it isn't, right? It's all we got. It's all we are. So we guard it fiercely to the bitter end. We create stories of life after death. The loving gods, benevolent guardian angels, we do so to appease our subconscious knowledge of the horrifying truth. That there is no soul, that there is no afterlife. Eternity marches on without you because you are ultimately nothing more than an inelegant, not biological wiring. And when that knot of wires is locked away in your skull, toiling away in the dark and informed only by your senses, it's safe to believe in angels. It's safe to believe a God will deliver you from evil. But when they put that fucking thing in my head, that barnacle on my sanity, I lost that privilege. I don't know who I am anymore. My innermost thoughts, my feelings are all fake as this room I keep walking up in. I never knew that a brief life and a swift death could be such a blessing, but as with everything else, we don't truly appreciate what we have until it's taken away. It started with what was, at the time, one of the happiest moments of my life. It was my granddaughter's 4th birthday party, my little sweet pea. We held it at a public park on a beautiful summer day. We had clowns, ponies, bouncy house, colorful balloons as far as the eye could see. It may have been a bit overboard for a 4-year-old, but I gladly paid for it. I was getting older. I was often sick. I could feel my own mortality, and I just wanted to spoil my granddaughter while I still had the chance. The whole gesture was rendered meaningless the moment she blew out the candles and looked up to meet my eyes. I was so happy for her, so charmed by that little cherub face of hers that I didn't notice that the right half of my face had gone numb and started to sag. And when she saw it, she screamed. Her scream was the last thing that I could remember before waking up on a stretcher, being wheeled into the godforsaken hospital room. If I had known what they were about to do to me, I would have never consented, but my daughter held power of attorney. I wasn't in possession of my senses. It was all she could do to save my life. And I don't blame her for this. She couldn't have known. Nanomachine neurosurgery. It was an experimental method of treatment. They said that it would revolutionize psychiatry and neurobiology forever, and I hated it from the moment that it first spoke to me. If the word spoke's even the accurate descriptor. It was just a small nodule of polished chrome attached to my left temple, but it operated inside my brain. Made me hear, made me see things from within. Digital, fabricated illusions for the sake of communication. And having something so close to the source of your consciousness is more disturbing than you could possibly imagine. You can invade your soul, corrupt the very essence of who you are. You like to hope that your mind's one of the things definitely under your control. To lose that certainty is to question what it even means to have self. The memory's hazy, but I remember them calling me a hero, being the first volunteer, praising my supposed bravery as they put that surgical drill to my skull. As if I had a choice. And that's when it started. That horrifying descent into the torturous oblivion. Jackie boy, it sounded so familiar the way that the thing said it. Memories of childhood, spending all day playing in the forest with a friend. A nameless, faceless friend whom I loved like a brother, but the ghost of fondness came with a sense of guilt. What kind of friend forgets their best friend's name? And yet, something was wrong. Somehow I knew that it was safer to forget, that I had forgotten for a good reason. It shook me to my core. Each time I went under, I could feel the scratching and tinkering of the nanites in my head. And the more they fidgeted with my synapses, the more I could feel something dark rising to the surface of my subconscious, something forgotten, something terrifying. A repressed memory clawing its way back with every synaptic bridge repaired, connections that were deliberately broken to seal it away in the first place. I only wish that I could have realized what was happening before it was too late. I might have said something to the nurse, changing my IV drip as I stirred awake, but I was much too distracted by her chillingly unfamiliar face. Unfamiliar in a way that I had only ever experienced once. Somewhere deep in the memories that begged to remain forgotten. 2 eyes, a nose, a mouth. But I saw no face, just a confounding, nonsensical smudge where a face should be. Who was that? Have I met her before? Why can't I remember her face? And it showed to me a slideshow of nightmares behind my very eyelids, a procession of faces pulled from my own memory, cascading faces that had belonged to my loved ones not 24 hours before, but had each not been accompanied by a name, they would have been strangers. My blood ran cold as they scrolled by in a blur, each without a face that I could understand. My late mother, my daughter, my sweet Piana. I was reduced to tears of frustration as I failed to recognize each one. I had never felt so alone in my life. It was all I could do to keep a fake smile on my face for my baby girl's sake when they came to visit. "That's a silly hat, Grandpa," she'd say to me with a smile. "Hats are supposed to go on top of your head." I tried to muster up a laugh, though I knew it would never compare to the genuine laugh that she loved. Well, the silly hat's gonna make you old Grandpa all better, so don't worry your pretty little head. I looked up and flashed my best fake smile at the stranger I used to call my daughter. She wasn't so easily reassured. I could see the tears welling up in her eyes. And to my shame, I felt nothing. "Here, Grandpa, I saved the last piece of cake for you. I guarded it all night because I know you like chocolate." She passed me a Tupperware container with her biggest, "aren't you proud of me" grin. My mother nodded at me with a silent smile, unable to hold back the tears any longer, and I understood the message. Yeah, she was saying to me, even on her special day, she could only think of you. It touched my heart. I smiled my first genuine smile of the night. Thank you, baby girl. Well, Grandpa's getting sleepy. The words came out of my mouth, but I wasn't saying them. You two better get on home so you can hurry up and come see me tomorrow, I laughed. That son of a bitch made me laugh while I was screaming inside. He was standing behind her, tall and sickly thin, and in that same black suit I remember so well. For the longest time during my childhood, a horrible demon haunted my nightmares, but I couldn't remember its face, and now I understood why. He had no face to remember. He held me prisoner in my own mind while he made me watch my granddaughter's precious smile melt away from her skull along with her nose and her eyes through some twisted illusion that he made her a faceless little freak just like him. Phantom of a little girl I loved. He stole her from me while she was still alive, while I was still alive to witness it. I tried calling out to do anything I could to get their attention. I watched helplessly as that monster made me wish them a good night, all smiles and optimistic cheer. He shut me off from him and the rest of the world. Forever. You. I remember you. David. The camping trip, we were just kids. You took him. You took him away. He flooded my mind with images of his intent, tilting his head whimsically at me like a vindictive child burning ants with a magnifying glass, tendrils of shadow bursting from behind him, smothering the hospital room's fluorescent lights. He could control my every move, my every thought. He could make me see what he wanted me to see, let me feel endless pain. I could resist him, but eventually he'd break me. The nanites, they made it easy. It all came rushing in so fast, a horrible memory long since forgotten, a dreadful future yet to come. I'd be his slave. I'd walk hand in hand with my little sweet pea. I'd wear the mask of his followers. Same mask David's father wore that night. Standing in the same dark forest meadow where I watched it happen. I'd hand her over to him just as David's father had done. Just get out of here, Jackie boy. It'll all be right. Those were his last words to me. And he punctuated them with the familiar nickname that he had used for me since the day we first met. He wasn't worried in the least. He trusted his father completely, knew that only good would come of being given to the White King, as his father referred to the faceless monstrosity standing before me. I was too young back then to understand what a cult was, or to know what would come of it. And I would have never imagined the mass tribunals David told me about in worship of this demon. So when he invited me along one night, and that thing appeared to claim its sacrifice, I ran for my life. I pleaded for David to follow, but he wouldn't listen. Even as I ran blindly through the woods, I could feel its malicious will piercing my heart. It never let me escape. Sooner or later, it would come for me again, and my childhood mind repressed it all for the sake of my sanity. No, you won't use me for this. By some miraculous force of will, I managed to take control of my body again, and just long enough to grip the nano-surgeon node and violently tear it from my skull. I felt the shock of it kill me. I felt my life slip away as I tumbled to the cold floor covered in gore, and then, as if nothing had happened, I woke up again on the hospital bed. The morning after the first nanite injection. And I've woken here at this very moment more times than I can count. I woke here every time I tear the hub from my head, right after it kills me. You see, he's taken away my sense of time, my grip of reality, and I despair when I realize that he'll continue to let me suffer these final hours again and again and again and again until I submit. For all I know, he's already taken control. Try as I might to escape the clutches of this parasite in my head, I fear that I have already done his will. I fear that this is all just an illusion to keep me prisoner, and that I have already delivered Anna to her fate. And in time, some unfathomable eternity from now, I suspect I'll even forget about that. When nothing's real anymore because the color blue isn't really blue. Like the last remnants of what I used to be, it's all in my head. And it'll all fade away with me. From what I've read in forums, memes, other sites debating Slenderman, he operates on the power of belief and feeds on fear. As for the operator symbol, for fear of my safety, I won't draw it or even display it here. There are many theories about what it means. Some say Slenderman can teleport when you look at him, symbols burned in the minds of his victims. Some say it's his face, the circle being his head, the X representing his featureless features. Others say it's a window, the one that he uses to peer into our world. Now, this quote is one that stuck with me. Perhaps it doesn't actually mean anything. You assign meaning to it because you're familiar with the mythos. Seeing it makes you think of Slenderman, and since Slenderman operates on belief, it becomes a kind of mimetic thought weapon. I'm done researching, and I can't stand this feeling. I feel paranoid. I feel like I'm being watched. This was a short-lived research project. I don't want to know anymore. If what they say is true, that he exists based on belief, then my research has provoked him. It all started because I was watching Marble Hornets after someone mentioned it on Facebook, and that piqued my curiosity, and it triggered something. Something that I think I've been trying really hard to forget. I was sleeping. At the time, I shared a bunk bed with my little brother. I was on the bottom, and I woke up late one night, and everyone else in the house was asleep. I felt wrong. Like I was being watched. And it felt like he was in the hallway. So being a dumb kid, I looked. And I wish I hadn't. There was something tall and dark standing there, just staring. I couldn't see the face, it was too dark, but the silhouette, it was tall, it was thin, motionless. I tried to scream, but nothing came out. And then it took a step forward. And I blacked out. When I came to, not much time had passed, but he was gone. I had no idea who or what Slenderman was at the time, so I thought maybe it was a ghost. But I know I wasn't dreaming. Everything felt too real. The fear, the choking, blacking out. One second I was terrified and trying to scream. The next, I was staring at the top bunk again. The next morning I told my mom. She told me it was just a bad dream. Watching those videos, though, it brought it all back. And now I want to bury that memory again, because if Slender Man lives on belief and fear, then remembering this, that might bring him back. I wish I could say that this was just like some creepypasta, some sleep-deprived teen hopped up on monsters and memes wrote out for the internet. I wish I could say that I'm just telling a story, but I can't. Because everything I've said is true, and honestly, I don't care if you believe me, I just need to get it out. Slender Man is real. I've seen him. And I'll leave you with this one piece of advice. If you've seen him, or if you're foolish enough to go looking, don't. I got lucky, I forgot. But others may not. So I'll leave you with this. Slender Man is real. Don't go looking for him, and if you do see him, forget you ever did. Because those who stare into the abyss eventually find the abyss staring back. Back when I grew up in rural Minnesota, my mother wanted me to keep in touch with my Scandinavian roots. We haven't lived in the Nordic countries for 3 generations, but there's still a couple of things that stick around. Behavioral quirks, mostly. And a couple of traditions that have been with our family for as long as anyone can remember. Putting porridge out for the forest gnomes was one thing. My mom used to trick me with these dolls that she'd put in the snow and point to, saying, "Don't move too fast, you'll scare them." And let's not talk about dancing around the maypole. That stuff's just embarrassing. But the most peculiar tradition is the one about A Midsummer Night's Dream. I know that's a Shakespeare title, but it's also a traditional Scandinavian thing. A little something like this. On the evening of midsummer, you are to collect 7 kinds of wildflowers. Then you bundle them up and put them under your pillow. If you do, you're supposed to dream of your one true love. You know, I have 3 sisters. They were all about romance and predestination. And I couldn't have cared less if I wanted to, but every year they'd walk hand in hand collecting wildflowers and putting them under their pillows. And since I was too young to wander off on my own, I had to stick around. That is, until they decided it was my turn. It was my oldest sister who made the call. She was 12 and I just turned 7, but she figured that earlier the better. "You have to tell us what she looks like," she said. "Like if she's tall or thin or fat." "I bet she's fat," said my second oldest sister. "Statistically, she's Chinese or Indian," said the other. "That's where there are most girls." I tried to ignore them, but their cackling got on my nerves. They gathered up some silky aster, blue-eyed grass, silverleaf, wild bergamot, blue sunflowers, and ground plum, but couldn't get a 7th one. They looked around, but they couldn't find one. I just wanted to go home, so I picked up the first thing I saw, sticking out next to a rusted-out barrel. "What about this one?" I said, holding up a yellow flower with a black spot. "That's a black-eyed Susan," said my oldest sister. "You're gonna marry a Susan," grinned another. "Little Susie who gonna love you who," sing-sang the last. I rolled my eyes so hard they almost popped out of my head as they cackled and teased. Pulling my hair up in a bow, they bundled up the wildflowers and made me sleep with them under my pillow. I didn't notice anything strange at first. Just a night like any other. You have such vivid dreams when you're a kid, like everything just happens faster, even sleep faster. But this was something else entirely. It wasn't just a dream, it was an experience. And the worst part is, I didn't even remember it. I just remembered that it was bad. Really, really bad. It was so bad that I completely blocked it out. I don't even remember waking up. I just remember laying in the bathtub, submerged in cold water. I looked up at my 3 sisters. They They looked terrified. My throat was hoarse. I was wide awake, but I couldn't even remember going to bed. "Does it hurt?" my oldest asked. Her voice was different. It was low, careful. I shook my head. "No," I said. "I'm okay." "It sounded like it hurt," she continued. "Like it really hurt." "I think it was a bad dream." "Was it her?" asked my youngest sister. "Did you dream of her?" I couldn't tell. It was just a dark space in the back of my mind that made my pulse shiver when I thought about it, and yet I knew the answer. "Yeah," I said. "It was Black-Eyed Susan." Now, I've been teased by my sisters my whole life, but they never teased me about Black-Eyed Susan. They'd never seen me like that. I'd woken up screaming at the top of my lungs, rolling around on the floor. They thought I was having a seizure. They took me to the bathroom while my mom called an ambulance. We didn't talk about it. They never had me checked for epilepsy, and I was perfectly healthy otherwise. They talked a little about it being some kind of allergic reaction, but I'd never seen a reaction like that. Over time, we came to this unspoken conclusion that those wildflowers gave me the worst nightmare of my life. And in that nightmare, I saw my one true love, Black-Eyed Susan. I wouldn't think much about that night over the years to come. It became this distant memory, like your first cold. But every now and then, particularly around midsummer, I would try to remember what that dream had been like, and something inside me would sink into the bottomless hole in my chest. It teased me. I could concentrate and I'd see it. But I didn't want to. To have forgotten was a blessing, and I knew better than to challenge it. But it's a weird headspace to live in, to have concepts such as true love and marriage so closely associated with trauma, especially since all other couples in my life were perfectly fine role models. My mother and father were an extraordinary couple, and while my sisters had some dating life drama, nothing bad ever really happened to them. So as I got into my teenage years, I didn't want to chase girls and flirt. I didn't want to fall in love. I joked about it a lot, but the feeling of meeting my one true love felt like throwing my soul down an endless pit. I tried to rationalize it away. It was just a stupid phase, a quirk. It became like a fun party story to tell in my late teens. It was funny in a way, saying I used to believe in such things, but there was an asterisk stuck to that story every time I told it. A little white lie. I never stopped believing in it. It started to really bother me when I was about 17. At that point, I'd been in short relationships and I'd been in love, but I couldn't stop thinking that it wasn't real, that true love was out there and that it was terrifying. Something that would make my heart sink into my stomach. So I decided to just bite the bullet and try the whole thing again, to face my fears. So that midsummer, I put together 7 types of wildflowers again, ending with a Black-Eyed Susan. As kids, we're very good at handling pain, or at least we're resilient. We have time to heal, but when you're 17, it hits differently. When I went to bed that night, I had cold sweats and I couldn't stop thinking about what was waiting behind my closed eyes. Would there be a reaction at all, or had I wasted all this time being anxious about nothing? I closed my eyes. I tried not to think about it. I counted down from 100 and then 200. And I twisted and I turned, trying to get the sweaty covers to stop sticking to my skin. At the slightest stretch, my eyes would pop open. I'd get this ache in my face from trying to keep them closed, but after hours, something clicked. My muscles relaxed, and I caught a whiff of the flowers from under my pillow. And something inside me screamed at me to turn back, to open my eyes, but it was too late. It felt like looking at the bottom of a pool, but straight ahead. A reflective shimmer, ethereal but physical at the same time, like a night sky that you could push your hands through. I fumbled with my hands, trying to find something to hold on to. There was this swirl in the back of my head, like having a large drink on an empty stomach. Something reached for me and touched my fingertips, something as hard as fingernails. It poked and prodded me from different angles. A strange voice seeped through me, neutral, genderless, and with an unusual pronunciation. "Where have you been?" it asked. I tried to regain my footing, but there was nothing to hold on to, just these protrusions from the dark. Finally, I felt myself slowing down. A steadiness. Control. Something came out of the dark. Eyes so black that their head looked hollow against the night, a vaguely human skull connected to an infinite mass, like a broken flower growing out of cracked concrete, muscle and vein contracting and compounding at every angle, ripples of flesh with every offset heartbeat. It's been so long. Something wrapped around my ankle, tightening. Come home. My eyes snapped open, but I wasn't awake. I could feel her wrapped around my ankle. I pulled away the covers and watched my foot turn blue. It was bending, and I felt nothing. Then the bone snapped. I'd never experienced something like that. I'd never broken a bone, and experiencing a trimalleolar fracture in the comfort of your own bed is inhuman. It hurts so bad you lose bladder control, and I couldn't do anything but to fall out of bed and writhe on the floor, but the pain wouldn't go away. I screamed. I tried to reach for my phone, but it's like it refused to let me reach it. A neighbor heard me. Help came. It would take time for the leg to heal, but bones mend all the time. But true love doesn't. I pushed the thought of love and marriage out of my life for over a decade. I'd shy away from coy smiles and flowery laughter. Some people thought that I had a problem with my sexuality. Others thought I was under some kind of religious repression. I tried to explain that relationships just weren't my thing. But it's hard to explain without a reason. If I was really pressed about it, I'd say it was a childhood trauma. That usually stopped the questions. I'd do this for years. A string of short-term relationships where I kept hoping and praying that I wouldn't fall in love, anything to keep me away from that dark space. I couldn't tell what was going to happen if I met someone who'd make me feel things, real things. But life isn't so simple. It would take me years, but when I turned 31, I met her. Lila hit me like a summer's breeze the first time I talked to her. It was a birthday party, and she was invited by a mutual friend of ours. Lila had been working overtime and forgotten all about the party, so she joined at the last minute, and she showed up in an oversized hoodie and yesterday's jeans, spending most of the night at the snack table looking at her phone. Her enthusiasm started and stopped at bobbing her head to the music. When I saw they were out of pretzels, I went up to talk to her. "Looking for snacks?" I asked. "Your mom's a snack," she snapped back. All right, yeah, but I was talking about the pretzels. She looked at me like I struck gold. She'd been so hell-bent on the idea that I was coming up to hit on her that it never even crossed her mind that she'd eaten a full bowl of salty pretzels. She snort-laughed, apologized, and I felt my heart skip a beat. I knew it was trouble. I liked her. Lila was a work-from-home, back-end developer. She spent most of her days trying to steer her team through rough deadlines and absurd last-minute changes. She explained it as trying to teach cats algebra while falling out of an airplane. She cycled through periods of insane stress to weeks of coasting, which she'd made into an absurd routine. Clearly something she couldn't keep up forever. We didn't start dating right away. We chatted a bit and found out that we had a lot in common. She'd been dating this one guy since she was 14 years old and had only recently turned single, so she wasn't eager to get back on the market. She didn't mind my vague trauma. She just liked being around me. I think our friends realized we were dating long before Lila or I did. We just spent time together until one day when we didn't want it to stop. Still, I couldn't help but think of Black-Eyed Susan. No matter how soothing Lila's snores were, I could still lay awake at night. There was a warmth in my chest as I imagined the smell of wildflowers from my pillow. An ache in my leg, where I could touch the scars if I were to truly fall in love. What would happen? Those nights came more often, from once every 6 months or so to every week, and after having dated for about a year, Lila was eager to help me get over the whole thing. She knew it was a trauma, and she knew I didn't want to talk about it, but she couldn't let it go, and of course, she couldn't. She was in a loving relationship with a man who couldn't say he loved her, and all she knew was that something had happened. It got to a point where it was driving a wedge between us. She wanted to help, and I wanted her to understand, and I could only think of one way to show her. I had to do it again. On midsummer, we went outside to pick flowers. Lila was excited, but her smile faded when she felt how serious I was. I did what I'd done every other time. I picked 6 types, and a final flower would pop out of nowhere. And of course, it would be the Black-Eyed Susan. I bundled them up. I could feel a phantom pain cutting into my leg, which gave me a limp. "So what are these for?" she asked. "For sleep," I said, "and I'm gonna need your help." "Sure, yeah, whatever you need." "If it looks bad, I need you to wake me up." "How do I know if it's bad?" I shook my head and I took her by the hand. "You'll know." I did some preparations. I had gauze and painkillers. Lila was prepared to call for help if necessary. She still had no idea what was going on, but I could tell she was nervous. And again, so was I. Problem was, I couldn't sleep. I just lay there and she watched me. After about an hour, she crawled up next to me. She knew it was something that happened when I slept, but she wanted to calm me down. "You need to see this," I said. "It's okay," she whispered. "Go to sleep. Promise you'll keep watch." "I promise." I didn't turn my head to look. I trusted her, so I closed my eyes. I let my breathing slow, and I felt my head fill with a smell of wildflowers. It was like waking up again. A mild tingle covering my body, like being draped in spider webs. I blinked and blinked, but it was all black. A long, drawn-out breath echoed like a field of sighing flowers. Beautiful. A growth coming out of the dark, translucent like living glass, hardening into soft marble. A woman dragging her legs through the night like she was trudging through a swamp. She grabbed me by the hand, pulling me along. It felt like I was carried through a current. I could see the bedroom from above. I lay there and Lila was sitting next to me. I can't really explain what it felt like, sort of like watching your reflection blink. I could see her struggling to stay awake, nodding on and off. She was trying so hard. Is that what beautiful looks like? Black-eyed Susan asked. I don't even know who you are, I said. Of course you do, she said. I am your one true love. The words slithered, drawn-out S poisoned the air. I tried not to look at her. It was like the opposite of staring into a sun. The light in your eyes beginning to die, and you could feel yourself grow colder, slower. You can't be, I said. That's impossible. But I am, she said. You love me. She turned her attention to the room hovering in front of us. I could see little tendrils creep under the furniture, reaching for Lila and me, long, finger-like limbs in layered scales, bending at painful angles. One pulled down her phone. Another moved a chair. Two of them struggled to move the bed. What are you doing? I asked. Passing the time. One of the tendrils crossed around my stomach. There was pressure, like someone tightening a belt. It cut into my hips. Before the pain, I could feel a slight pop. If you love me, why are you hurting me? I asked. How else are you going to get used to it? She asked back. Get used to what? She turned to me, breath reeking of ammonia with every spit of a word. Us. A hand crossed around my neck. My eyes flung open. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't feel my legs. I flailed with my arms, reaching for Lila. She got out of bed only to find that her phone was gone. What's wrong? She asked. What happened? She had to cover her mouth when she saw my neck. She grabbed my arm, but the moment she did, something took hold of her. In the corner of my eye, I saw her getting pulled into the other room, clawing at the carpet with a terrified shriek. My left arm rose out of the bed as if carried by an unseen string. Two of my fingers popped out of their sockets like a painful countdown. I couldn't scream. I could barely think. No oxygen. Lila came running back and grabbed me. She pulled on my arm and something let go. I fell out of bed, gasping for air as she cradled my head in her arms. I could see color returning to my hands as two fingers turned purple. I didn't feel a thing, but I would in a couple of seconds. Hold on, Lila said. Hold on! Her phone was gone. She bandaged my fingers and tried to keep them straight. I'm sorry, I gasped. I'm so sorry. She just shook her head, trying to process what had happened. There were no words. We just stayed there on the floor, but I could see something in the corners of the room, like little quirks and shades. Something was waiting for me to let my guard down. What's hurting you? She asked. What is it? Something broke in me as I swallowed my words, but Lila deserved the truth. I think she loves me. Over the coming weeks, I tried my best to explain. Lila was terrified. She'd never seen anything like it, and there was no explanation that could settle her nerves. It's one thing to know someone you care about has trauma, but it's another thing entirely to experience something impossible that can make or break you. But Lila didn't break. She started asking questions. Why was I targeted? What was this thing? What did it want? But things were getting strange. It's as if thinking about Black-Eyed Susan brought her closer to us in a physical, literal way, like we were building towards something. I would spot movement in the shadows. I'd notice furniture out of place and hear creaking doors in the middle of the night, and of course, it had to be her. She was playing with me. Lila would stay up at night reading about various Scandinavian traditions, the cast iron scissors under the pillow, the midsummer pole, the year walk, trolls, elves, dwarves, gnomes. She gave me lists of things to ask my parents about to see if our family had been targeted by something ancient or evil. But weeks would come and go, and we wouldn't be anywhere closer to an answer, and the shadows would grow longer, things would disappear. And every night when I closed my eyes, I would catch a whiff of earthly wildflowers. Things would quickly progress beyond tricks and shadows. At one point, I was tripped while walking down a flight of stairs. Another time, something pressed down on the gas pedal, sending me straight through a red light. It's a miracle no one was hurt. Lila wouldn't go unscathed either. Electronics would break or go missing. Odd sounds would wake her up in the night. She told me that sometimes she'd see a silhouette outside the window, as if someone was trying to catch a peek of us. Every time she looked closer, it would turn out to be fallen leaves or a peculiar branch. It was stressful, but there wasn't really an option. What else could we do to stick together and love one another? I don't remember the moment we moved in together. It just made sense. We spent all of our time together anyway. She just moved more and more of her stuff in, and all of a sudden, her place was pretty much empty. So yeah, we lived together. It wasn't really a conscious decision. Lila had a couple of rough ideas about what that thing might be. She had a binder with ideas ranging from Arthurian mythology to Jinn and some kind of Polish demon bird. None of them fit perfectly, though, and frankly, it was just such an odd thing for it all to be tied to this one ancient tradition. How could this thing be my true love? What was I missing? We figured it had to be something connected to that very first night back when I was a kid, when they had to put me in the bathtub to wake me up. For a full year, all we did was try to make it to the next day. It affected pretty much every aspect of our lives. The way we slept at night, the way we cooked, the way we did our laundry. There'd always be something messing up the rhythm of the day. It exhausted us. Not just mentally and physically, but socially. We stopped going out. Hell, we barely even talked. Instead, we kept our heads down. We tried not to think about it too much, silently hoping for the problem to solve itself, as Lila's binder gathered dust. But once the next midsummer came around, there was a difficult discussion to be had. Can't live like this. She sat me down at the kitchen table. The light bulb had burned out somehow, despite only being 2 weeks old. I'm sorry, I said. I wouldn't blame you if... I'm not going anywhere, she said. You know that. So what do we do? She looked around. The kitchen faucet was leaking again. Suppose we ought to try something, she said. Got any suggestions? She could kill us, I said. We can't go there. Maybe we don't have a choice. I just sat there in the dark, counting the seconds. She was right, of course, but that didn't mean I had to like it. As summer came, we decided that we would do this together. We got a single large pillow and gathered the flowers together. Didn't say a word, we just walked along the wildflowers as low rumbles lingered on the horizon. A damp taste in the air as a storm brewed, but to me all I could see was the woman I loved. and how she carefully brushed her hands against the tall grass. Even now she could find something to appreciate. Tradition, ritual, and myth be damned. At that moment, there wasn't a force in the world that can convince me that she was anything but my actual true love. We rounded out our wildflowers with a black-eyed Susan. It was hidden next to a rusted old barrel, as if trying its best to hide, but like every other year I'd done this, I'd find one. And with all 7 wildflowers in hand, we bundled them up and wandered home, hand in hand. We hugged each other tight as we went to bed. Some way, somehow, we would make it through the night. We had to. When I opened my eyes, something felt different. I thought I was standing in sand, but it was more like a fine concrete dust. The moon covered most of the night sky, but I couldn't see any stars. There were black trees in the distance, leafless and skeletonized by years of thirst. Along the horizon was a single large tree, tall enough to almost reach the moon itself. An apocalyptic vision, if anything. "Who are you?" A melodic voice. Kind but unsure. I turned around. "Lila?" My first thought was that she looked taller, but that wasn't it. She was the same as always. It was me that had gotten shorter. My hands were smaller. I looked down at the 7-year-old version of myself, still dressed in my most comfortable childhood jammies. Lila didn't really sound any different, but a child's ears hear things in other ways. She had the most beautiful voice. "It's me," I said. Somehow. "You're really cute," she smiled. "But I don't get it." "I don't either. Maybe we're not supposed to." "Maybe." We wandered down a trail, hand in hand. There was no one around, no wind blowing through dead plains, no birds in the sky, no chirping cicadas, and no rustling leaves, just feet on dust. "There's no one here," I said. "This can't be it." "Did we do it wrong?" she asked. "I don't think so. She's usually here by now." Lila blinked, looking around. Then something dark settled over her eyes. "What if she is?" She let go of me and brushed her arms up and down in a self-hug, something she usually did when stressed. We wandered around for what felt like hours. Nothing happened. No one came to disturb us. It was just her, me, and nothingness. No black-eyed Susan. And nothing to tear us apart. "Does this mean you're my true love?" she asked. "I mean, I am dreaming of you." "That would make you mine too," I smiled. "I thought that was occupied." "I thought so too." But there was no one there to challenge that claim. We just smiled at one another. That had to be it. Despite it all, something good had to come out of this. But no matter where we went, or for how long, nothing happened. We started to worry. We weren't waking up, we didn't get hungry or thirsty or tired. It was just this complete stage of emptiness. We would walk down forgotten paths for what felt like hours, strolling past sand-burnt concrete ruins. I don't know how much time passed. It might have been days, it might have been months. It was impossible to tell, and Lila always had this amazing ability to make every moment pass by in a flash. She was impossible not to love. Even then, even there, we'd make jokes and laugh, and though I couldn't get over the feeling of being stuck in my younger self. You don't realize how much you've changed until you step back into old shoes like that. And then I noticed something. A flicker of yellow. Right there, behind a rusted-out barrel, was a black-eyed Susan. The same yellow flower I'd found on that fateful midsummer night as a kid. I don't know how I'd recognized it, but I did. It was the same flower. It had to be. I picked it up and showed it to Lila. Strange, huh? I said. Only one of these I've seen around. I wonder what it does, she said. You think it means... Her voice cut out. The light warped in front of me, blurring like I was watching through a thin layer of rushing water. I could feel a tingle in my eyes. Lila looked different, further away. Don't go, she called out. What are you doing? I'm not. I just picked up this... I held it out and dropped it, giving her one last flower. We drifted apart. Something shifted. My head rolled back and I felt this intense heat settling into my head, then a coolness. Someone trying to lower my temperature. Young voices terrified. Lila drifting further away, screaming at me to stay with her. Her voice goes from beautiful to desperate to something else. She would scream how much she loved me and then scream at how much she hated me. And I would leave her in that place for what would equate to eternities. For her to twist and turn in place, where she'd have nothing but her thoughts and regrets, where a starless sky would seep into her, whispering things to do, ways she would play whenever I returned. Her head spinning with tales of Shin and mares and demons. It would just be seconds passing as I felt her disappear, but in those seconds, there would be eons. Long enough for a body to forget what humans looked like, for a mind to forget what love is supposed to be, for a word or phrase to change. True love. An ammonia-reeking scream reflected off a fractured space as she reached for me, trying to pull me back through the breaking light, a hand so warm that it burned my face. How could I be so cruel as to leave her for endless time to suffer? How could I be so selfish? Black-eyed Susan. Lila. My one true love. And then I woke up. My head burst through the water as I looked out at my three sisters. I was 7 years old, still in my jammies, submerged in the bathtub of my childhood home. And as healthy young minds do, my memories healed themselves, sealing away a trauma for me to uncover years down the line. Life would turn out the same way. Awkward teenage years, short relationships. I'd come back to the broken place time and time again, and she would play her games, reminding me of the betrayal she felt, and I wouldn't understand. That is until one night when I woke up alone. We'd gone to bed together, but only one had made it back. I'd lived a life twice. I hadn't even realized it. I stumbled in the shower, set it to cold, and collapsed. I could think of one thing to say. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Another view of the world from behind a shimmer. Be it warm tears or running water. Today, I'm 47. Never married. No serious dating. I go back to Lila every year, hoping I can find something to remind her of what she used to be. I've tried bringing things along, something to bring her back with me. I've yet to find anything useful. It doesn't work like that. Sometimes I try to stay a little longer, but the pain is unbearable. I suspect one day she'll kill me, and I won't come back. I suppose that's the only way this can end. I try not to think about it, but when I do, I try to convince myself that I'll end up the same way as her. Maybe we could find solace in our madness. Maybe we'll live together in a paradise of dust and strange moons. I don't know. I don't think that old traditions just show you true love. I think it'll take you to a place where you can meet, but perhaps that place isn't what it used to be. Maybe there used to be more flowers, dancing. I asked my sisters about what they've seen, the times they've done this, and all they tell me about is a handsome man, blue skies. Guess we don't all go to the same place. And after all, true love isn't the same for everyone. If there truly is someone for everyone, well then, you must face some hard facts. They could live across the world. They could have passed away. And maybe they're just not what you expected. But the older I get, the less I worry. Maybe I'll wake up in that bathtub a third time, years from now. And if not, then at least I get to see her again. There must be something of Lila left in Black-Eyed Susan. There has to be. Or else she wouldn't still be my one true love. Several months ago, I made the decision to completely blow up my life. Impulsive, yeah. Not well thought out either. If you asked me why I did it, I'm not sure I would be able to offer a cognate explanation. I guess I was just feeling trapped. Starting to get tired of it all. It was a Monday morning. I was on the metro going to work as usual, but when my stop came, I didn't get up. I remained sitting until the end of the line, arriving in some industrial part of the city I'd never returned to. I stood up and I walked off the train and onto the platform, breathing in the cold air. I checked the time on my phone. 8:10 a.m. A few minutes later, I got a text from my boss. "Where are you?" A message that would have usually sent me into a panic, but at that moment, I just felt too detached from everything to care. A strange kind of feeling, I guess. Something in me just snapped. I just didn't want to deal with it anymore. Going to work and then coming home and studying in the hopes of advancing in a career I couldn't have cared less about. I've been working forever, going to school forever, and I always told myself that someday I wouldn't have to anymore, but I'd stopped feeling so sure about that. I made my way out of the station, but the morning rush settled. It was mostly empty. I chose a street at random and began walking until I found a bar, and after a few drinks, I was smiling. Not just because of the alcohol, but because it felt like I'd regained some semblance of control. Later that day, I bought a paper map from a dollar store. I went home, I pinned it to my wall, then I closed my eyes and I threw a dart at it. First time it landed in the Pacific Ocean. Second time somewhere in Malaysia. Never been to the country, and so I booked the first flight available and I flew out a few days later. I spent a week there. I didn't have an itinerary or a schedule the entire time. I just kind of wherever the wind would take me. I wandered around, went bar hopping, tried new foods, made new friends. Slowly, I could feel my world begin to open up. And when I got back to my apartment, I threw another dart. 2 days later, I was on a flight to Sao Paulo, then Montreal. And one day I got home and I found out that I had been evicted. Wasn't really surprised, and it didn't really matter. I just booked another flight. I looked over my finances and determined that I had enough savings that I had been planning on using as a down payment someday to keep this going for about another 5 months. Then, a risky night in Macau gave me enough for another 3. Of course, I was still wary about what I'd have to deal with when it all ran out. I told my family that I was just going on vacation, but somehow they'd found out I'd stopped showing up to work. I'd been avoiding picking up their calls, but eventually did so, just so they wouldn't try and file a missing persons report or anything. I explained to them what I'd been doing, and it was like a switch had flipped. Any hint of concern in their voices suddenly melted away, replaced by this tone of annoyance, borderline rage. He told me that I was going to regret this, that I was ruining my life, that if I came to my senses and returned home right now, maybe they could help me pick up the pieces. I just hung up. I considered getting odd jobs in various places, which I did for a while, but then I just stopped caring. I should have been fearful for the future ahead, but I wasn't. For the first time in my life, I was free. Completely uninhibited. I just wanted to keep riding the wave. Soon I had visited 22 different countries. I made more friends, experienced more in those months than I had in my previous 29 years of life. I didn't want to stop. And I wasn't going to. The Netherlands was my 23rd. One night I left a house party in Rotterdam with a girl in a blue dress. My mind was hazy under the influence of a cocktail of different substances. I followed her into dense woods where she supposedly lived, and in retrospect, the alarm bells should have been going off. In the moment, I didn't care. The trees and brush seemed to grow thicker, more hostile the further we went. We walked for a long while, but every time a concern started to creep into my head, she'd pass me the bottle, give me a look seductive enough to nullify my fears. Even in the darkness, her cold blue eyes seemed to glisten. And eventually we arrived at a house in a clearing. I remember entering the place, but not much afterwards. I woke up the next morning in an empty bedroom. Everything was bathed in a gray, muted light. There was a loud, steady drumming against the windows and the roof. Rainfall. No idea where the hell I was, but the hangover was nasty enough that I didn't immediately question it. I looked around the room. Pretty bare bones. Other than the bed, there was a small dresser, a mirror, 2 paintings on separate walls. The closet was open, revealing nothing inside. The air smelled stale. I could feel traces of dust in my throat and nostrils. I stumbled into the bathroom and threw up for a bit, and then I washed my face with cold water, drinking some of it straight from the faucet. Then I laid back down, listening to the rain as I tried to piece together what happened the night prior. Memories of the party came back to me in fragments. The music festival I'd been at before then, the breakfast at the hostel, the girl, the woods. I began looking around for my phone and wallet, relieved to find them on the floor beside the bed with no cash or cards missing. After my headache had dulled into something manageable, I got out of bed and I left the room. The hallway was just as empty. Silent, still no sign of anybody. I called out. Got nothing back but a strange echo, as if the place was much bigger than what I could see. I checked the other rooms upstairs. Nothing still. Then I went downstairs and it was the same story. I sat down on the couch and checked my phone to see if I'd taken down a number, somebody I should call, but it didn't seem that way. The last message I received was from some dude I'd met at the festival earlier. Nothing that could have been from the girl in the blue dress. I found it strange just how much faith she must have had in me to leave me in her place alone like this, but I guess it was mostly empty anyway. Not much to steal. And then that cautious part of my brain lit up. What if this wasn't actually her place? What if I'd just been led into a really bad situation? I stood up and I raced to the front door, taking a deep sigh of relief, and I realized I could open it. The front porch was decorated with a few potted plants and 2 old rocking chairs, white paint peeling off of them. The air outside had a pleasant sweetness to it, something almost calming to breathe in. But the rain was a different story. It was chaotic, oppressive even, pouring harder than I'd ever seen it pouring anywhere before, the ceaseless deluge of droplets, smacking the ground, producing a near-deafening wall of noise. I never heard about a hurricane hitting the Netherlands. There didn't seem to be one because there was no wind. The rain was just coming down in a completely straight line, no thunder or lightning either. It was difficult to make out any of the surroundings, though I could still tell I was surrounded by woods. I squinted ahead, eventually spotting the clearing that we come in through, but the idea of venturing out and trying to find my way through the forest in conditions like this sounded god-awful. I decided to go back inside and wait it out. It wouldn't have been so bad if I could just scroll through Instagram or something, but my phone battery was sitting at around 25%. I hadn't been able to find a charger. I didn't want to be stuck out here with a dead phone, so I decided to explore the house instead. There really wasn't much to note. If I had to guess when it was built, I'd say maybe 20 years ago. Nothing close to modern, but not exactly ancient feeling either. It actually reminded me of my childhood home in the suburbs. Upstairs, there were 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. Sounds like a lot of space, but the layout was pretty tight. Not a lot of space between. Making up the downstairs area was a living room, a kitchen, a small laundry room, and then one more room behind a locked wooden door. Could have led down to a basement, or maybe it was just a closet. Not that I really cared. I just wanted the rain to stop. I didn't know how it was possible, but it only seemed to be ramping up. I checked the weather app, but it claimed that Rotterdam was only partly cloudy, with a 5% chance of precipitation. Nothing about extremely heavy rainfall in the news either. I shook my head, feeling the confusion and frustration beginning to proliferate. This was insane. I went back upstairs, looking through every closet in hopes of finding a rain jacket, an umbrella, something that could give me a fighting chance. There was jack shit. I checked the time. 2 past noon. Fuck it, I thought. I'll just try and brave it, see how far I can get. I did find something at least a little bit useful in the kitchen. A full, unopened box of garbage bags. I turned one into a makeshift jacket using a knife I found in the drawer to cut out a head and armhole. Then I fashioned another one into a hood. I used a third to wrap tightly around my phone to minimize any water damage, and then I ventured out. And I didn't get far. The second there was no longer a roof covering my head, it felt like I was drowning. The bags really didn't do much to help. Every second, I was forced to wipe water from my eyes, making it nearly impossible to tell where the hell I was going. The forest floor had turned into a muddy swamp, my shoes pulling up heavy clumps of wet earth after every step. I was cold, uncomfortable, slowly losing my shit. But I was still determined to press forward. That was until I saw the people standing at the edge of the clearing. I had to do a double take. I really hadn't noticed them at first. almost as if they just suddenly appeared. That should have been good news, right? There were people around. Maybe one of them could help me out. But the details didn't support that conclusion. There was a staggering amount of them, what appeared to be dozens, all just standing there, perfectly still. They could have been mannequins. I stood in place, waiting for one of them to say something, waiting for any kind of reaction at all. I tried making out their faces, what they were wearing. Through the rain, it made it difficult. The only thing I was reasonably sure about was that their frames were tall and slender, and that their skin was strangely pale, devoid of any color at all. Then I started wondering why I was able to notice this, why I was able to see a perfect outline of their bodies. They were naked, I realized. All of them. From head to toe. I turned, beginning to scramble back towards the house, and that's when I saw more. They were scattered along every inch of that clearing, all pale, naked, just standing stationary between the trees. The house was completely surrounded by them. I slipped and I fell about 4 times before I finally made it back inside. My entire body was soaked, my legs, arms, back slick with mud. I was shaking my head, really not wanting to accept whatever the fuck was happening. This was a dream, I tried to convince myself. A really fucked up, vivid dream. Wake up then, motherfucker, wake up! I waited for a long time before accepting that I wouldn't. I looked through a window. The pale figures were still there. Didn't look like they'd moved at all. I pulled up my phone. According to the weather app, it was now sunny. 0% precipitation. This is all too much. I was panicking. I decided it was worth dialing 112, the emergency line in the EU. The signal wasn't great, but I managed to get through. I tried explaining to the operator what was happening in a way that made me seem the least insane. I'm in a house in the woods, heavy rain outside, strange, potentially malicious people surrounding me. After I finished speaking, there came a long silence on the other end. I sound like a lunatic, I thought to myself. She thinks I'm crazy. I looked through the window again. The figures were still there. But maybe it was a good thing if she thought I was crazy. You need to send somebody over, I said. I don't know the address. I don't know where I am. Send somebody over. Send somebody now. I paused. I really need to get the fuck out of here. Eventually, I heard her sigh. I'm sorry, I can't do that, she said. Her voice sounded shaky, as if she were on the verge of tears. Why? I asked her. Can't you trace the call or something? Like, anything? I'm sorry, she repeated. We won't be able to find you. I asked her what she meant. It's happened before. We searched the woods for weeks. For the house that you're in, but we were never able to find it. I stammered for a bit, suddenly unable to find any words. Listen to me, she continued. I believe you. Everything you've said. The first time I got a call about it, I didn't, but it's happened enough now that I know something's going on. But stay calm, don't panic. Just listen carefully. My head was starting to spin. I didn't know how to react to that, but I obliged. I told her that I'd listen. Because what the fuck else was I gonna do? You're not doomed, she told me. Eventually the rain will stop. It might not seem possible right now, but you need to be patient. Don't lose your head, don't panic. You need to be as lucid as possible, because when the rain does stop, you need to run like hell. You have to run for a long time, but don't stop. You might hear something chasing after you, but don't stop until you're out of the forest, completely free of the woods. They won't follow you any further. What about the people outside, or whatever the hell they are? She sighed. I don't know, she said. This is the first time hearing about them. I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you. I can't help you there. I took a deep breath. Okay, that's fine, I said, but can you stay on the line with me? Absolutely, she said. I'll be here. Also, one more thing you need to know. About the basement. Don't... She stopped mid-sentence and I looked at my phone. An empty battery sign lingered on the screen for just a moment before it went black. I stared at the screen for a long time, and then I just sat there. If you've never experienced sheer dread before, it's a weird kind of feeling. It nearly takes you out of your own body. But then I remembered what she told me, that eventually this would end, that I still had a chance. Once again, I looked through the window. The figures were all still there, though they appeared to have moved closer. Maybe not. I didn't want to think about it, and so I backed away. Be patient, I told myself. Just wait it out. I went back upstairs and got into one of the showers. If I had to wait, then I may as well be comfortable while I did so. The warm water felt nice. Even more so, I was able to wash away the mud that had begun to dry on my skin. I saw a bottle of shampoo and reached for it, but I hesitated before squeezing any out. It didn't feel right. It felt heavy, as if there was something solid inside of it. I unscrewed the lid, and immediately the shower filled with a deep scent of formaldehyde and rot. I looked inside. The bottle was full of eyeballs. It looked like they'd been scooped right out of their sockets. Some of them blinked. I put it down, I turned off the water, I left the shower. I rinsed some of the mud off of my clothes in the sink and then squeezed as much water out of the fabric as I could before putting them back on. It certainly wasn't comfortable, but with everything else going on, it wasn't really a big deal. I didn't know what else to do, so I went back downstairs. It was starting to get dark out, something that just put me more on edge, but I tried to focus on something else, like the fact I was starving. I went to the kitchen, I opened up the fridge. Nothing in there but a small container filled with some dark, sludgy-looking substance. I didn't open it. Instead, I tried rifling through cabinets, eventually finding one that was stocked with MREs, U.S. Army rations dated 1968. About a dozen of them. I didn't know what to make of it, so I just began opening them up, collecting the contents that I thought could have been edible. In the end, it just amounted to a bunch of crackers and hard candies, along with one pack of instant coffee that hadn't yet solidified, which was a fine enough meal given the circumstances. I was checking the window every few minutes, and every time the figure seemed to be getting closer. It was hard not to stress about it, but they at least appeared to be moving at a snail's pace. It'd be a long while before they reached the house. I paid close attention to the rain as well. At times, I'd sit on the couch for hours and just listen to it. But it never slowed down. It only poured harder. As the last daylight drained from the sky, the house was practically underwater. I could see nothing anymore. Water began leaking in from the door and from the ceiling in one of the bedrooms. I tried watching the television in the living room, but could only access one channel. It looked like handheld footage of an attic. The sole source of light being a candle on the floor. Someone was sitting in front of it, their back turned to the camera, and I could tell from the outline of their naked body that they were frail. Skin clinging loosely to bone. After a while, they began pounding their fists on the floor, and I thought I could hear noise coming from somewhere upstairs. I turned off the television, and everything went silent. I didn't turn it back on. Soon I could hear scratching noises, like fingernails on wood. I traced the source of it to the other side of the wooden door. Basement. I grabbed a knife from the kitchen. Water began leaking in from the bottom. It was murky, as if it were mixed with dirt or blood or both. It smelled horrendous. I just sat back down on the couch, and after a while I got the sense that I was being watched. Through the windows, I could see nothing but my own reflection, and then I turned the lights off. And after my eyes had adjusted to the dark, I could make out the outlines of somebody looking in. It almost looked like their face was pressed up to the glass. I tried turning the lights back on, but they were no longer working. It was so dark I could barely see my own hand in front of my face, but maybe it was for the best. Because then they wouldn't be able to see me. That awful smell of the water leaking in from the basement began to intensify, like sulfur mixed with metal with a hint of rot. I could also smell something burning, a strange heat that filled the room, and soon I could hear the windows creaking, strain on the glass as if something was putting gradual heavy pressure on it from the outside. It no longer felt safe in the living room, and so I stood up, intending to go back upstairs. Then I realized I could no longer see anything at all. It was quite literally pitch black. I couldn't even tell where the windows were, which didn't make any sense, because shouldn't there have been at least a little moonlight? I began using my hands to feel around to guide my way towards the stairs, and eventually I found the railing. As I was making my way up the stairs, I nearly tripped over something. It was a person sitting on the steps. The skin was cold and clammy. Then they began to cry. The crying soon turned to sobbing, which turned to wailing, and I ran up the rest of the stairs, and I heard it chasing after me. It sounded like they were crawling on all fours. I felt along the wall until I found one of the bedrooms, and then rushed in and shut the door behind me. Whatever was on the other side began slamming into it, each impact rattling the frame. The wailing turned into horrific, inhuman shrieks. I was still clutching the knife, though it didn't prove much comfort. My heart was beating faster than it ever had, faster than I thought possible. Every slam was more furious than the last, and soon I could hear the wood beginning to splinter. The shriek filled the room, and it was loud enough to make my head hurt. I scrambled through the darkness until I found the bathroom, shutting myself inside it, right as I could hear the bedroom door being ripped off of its hinges. I listened as it stalked its way around the room. Sounded like a dead body being dragged in circles across the carpet. I tried to stay as silent as possible, thinking that maybe it didn't know I was in here, but then it knocked on the door. "Police, open up," it said. The voice sounded human enough. "Open up. Police." But I stayed still. "If you don't open the door, I'm gonna come in there and rip your stomach out." A few more of these threats, and then it changed tactics. "Look what you've done," it said, now in my dad's voice. "Fucked everything up. You could have had a good life. What have you done?" I shook my head. "Fuck you," I muttered under my breath. "What was that?" he responded. It actually sounded exactly like him. "Get your ass out here right now. Right fucking now." I'd done a good job of staying composed up until this point, but it was all starting to become too much. You can only experience so much terror before it starts to overload your senses, and I guess for some, it ends up paralyzing them, but something else happened to me. The fear turned into disbelief, which then turned into rage. Because what was the point of all this? Was it just to scare me? For what? Why me? What the hell had I done? I started asking these things aloud. And then I walked up to the door and I pressed my head against the wood. What the fuck is this? I screamed, letting out all my frustrations at once. What do you fucking want? They went silent. The knocking stopped as well, but they didn't leave. I could hear their raggedy breaths on the other side. And I continued to scream, if you want to open up the door, go ahead and fucking do it. Do it. And go fuck yourself. Do it and then go to hell, because I don't care. I don't care anymore. Get this fucking bullshit over with. Soon my throat was raw. Spit flying all over my lips and chin, and I was clenching my jaw hard enough for it to hurt. So you're just gonna fucking stand there? Do something! What's the fucking point of this? What's the fucking point? Do something or fuck off and let me leave! After this, my memories became scattered. I remember continuing to scream. Even as my voice turned hoarse, I remember the rage I felt, even though I couldn't recall exactly what was said. I remember threatening voices coming from the drain in the sink. Water splashing inside the toilet, the shower turning off and on, a burning smell filling up the room. They were really trying, doing everything they could, but I think it just pissed me off even more. At some point, I must have fallen asleep. When I woke up, the room was bright. I sat up, seeing sunlight streaming in from the window. Then the pain hit me. My knuckles were bruised, pieces of glass sticking out of them. There was glass, blood, and water all over the floor. The mirror had been shattered, as had the shower door. Holes in the walls. I stood up and I looked through the window. No more rain. Just a cloudless blue sky. I walked over to the door and I opened it cautiously, half expecting to find some monstrosity waiting for me on the other side. But there was nothing. I left the bedroom and I went down the stairs and into the living room. The door to the basement was open. It was flooded completely by that dark, foul water. I made sure to avoid stepping on any of it as I made my way to the front door. I opened it up, stepping out into the warm light. And then I started running. The woods seemed to stretch on forever, but I never stopped, not until I had reached a road. My legs were long past their limit at this point, and I just collapsed the moment my shoes touched the asphalt. I never did hear anything following me, but when I looked back into the forest, I could see somebody standing at the tree line. A young woman in a blue dress. She would have been the most beautiful person I'd ever seen, had her perfect features not been contorted into visceral, burning hatred. She continued to scowl at me, and I stared back at her. Eventually, a car came by, and I waved them down. Two large men. They were wary at first and asked to pat me down before they let me in. When they found nothing, they offered to drive me back into town. As we drove away, I looked back at the woods one last time. And the woman was no longer there. I used to think that I was brave. In the summer, I'd go out with the boys and take charge of our little expeditions into the forests around our little town. pretending that we were archaeologists uncovering lost tombs and fighting off mummies or mutant vampire bats. And by the time I'd reached 12, there wasn't a tree I hadn't climbed or a boy in school I hadn't tussled with. I'd always come back with a scraped knee or a skinned elbow, with dirt and grass stains on my sneakers and burrs stuck to the hems of my jeans, and my mom and dad would just roll their eyes and smile because I was just so precious. I'm pretty sure I was the only girl in my class who didn't scream when Ben Howlitz brought one of his dad's tarantula specimens in for show and tell. I mean, the thing was dead and behind glass. I was always first to take a dare, too. Couldn't stand the thought of someone thinking that I was just some girly girl because I wouldn't climb the water tower or walk through the graveyard at midnight and touch the statue that was supposed to kill you if you did. I didn't tell my parents about those things unless I actually got hurt. I think I had to go to the hospital like 4 times before elementary school was finished. They were always pissed, but I just bide my time until I could start up again. I kept on like that, with fear and guilt in my periphery until the 2nd year of middle school. We were in Miss Newman's English class. It was July, and we were reading The Turn of the Screw. And about halfway through, we got bored and started talking about ghost stories. Miss Newman talked about the Victorian tradition of reading a ghost story on Christmas Eve. She asked us if we know any ghost stories. Someone brought up Casper, and we all made fun of him for reading kid stuff. One of the girls whose parents were laxer brought up some R-rated movies she'd seen. Terry Lishstone brought up M.R. James because of course she did. And then Lee Howards, who was one of my closest friends, asked if we know the story of the McKenna house. He says it like he's winding up to give us all the juicy details, eyes narrowed, his lips starting to quirk up into a smirk because his dad patrols around there a lot and he thinks he can give us all nightmares. And Miss Newman shuts him down. She didn't yell. She rarely had to. She just snapped her head around, looked at him down her bony beak of a nose and said, "No. We will not be talking about that house in this classroom. Do you understand?" Lee did. Of course he did. And he shut up. Most of us were scared of Miss Newman. With her dark eyes, pointy nose, gray hair, and thin fingers. She just had this classically stern, unlikable teacher air about her. Like the villain in a story about magic orphans or fairy gardens. And she loathed that house with a passion. She lived close to it, actually, in one of 3 houses at the bottom of the hill it sat on. We figured she'd probably been there and seen it all go down. I asked her once, right in front of everyone. I'd never even considered the fact that someone would be furious without raising their voice, but the way she said, "It's all stories, now get back to your seat." And the way that she looked at me while she said it, with her dark eyes punching holes through me, making me feel like she was about to slap me. She scared me. She was the only adult that I'd met who could really make me feel small and stupid and, well, childish. And I hated her for it. I made her my nemesis because a kid like me had to have one, even though I doubt she ever really gave me much of a second thought outside of school. Still, I was fed up with her attitude, and I saw my chance to have some fun, so after class had ended, I cornered Lee and asked him, well, I told him, actually, that we were going to go and check out the house. His eyes lit up and he smiled, this big mischievous smirk, and he said, "Hell yeah, I'm in." Of course, I dragged Grady into it too. Grady was my brother, and our relationship was a mess, to put it lightly. Back then I was so full of fire, and he wasn't. He wasn't a risk taker like I was. He was sort of an island. Someone who sat on the sidelines and read or built models or watch the Muppet Show. He didn't live like I did. And back then, I thought that meant that he didn't live, period. I was so obsessed with being strong and tough. And to me, he was just weak. So I bullied him. I told myself that I was just toughening him up, getting a rise out of him, getting him mad, getting him to take risks. I knew better. I knew he was just shy and sensitive. But I kept going. It's a wonder he didn't hate me. Maybe he did. I don't know. Sometimes when it's late and I can't get to sleep, I tell myself that he did over and over until I get too fed up to do anything but sleep. So yeah, I dragged him into it. Cornered him after school, put my arm around his shoulders, laid it on real thick, the whole thing. He actually put up a fight, which was pretty surprising to me. He went on about how, despite what some people said, not many people actually knew what had happened up there. So there could have been traps or super old, broken drug paraphernalia waiting to stick us if we touched the wrong thing in the dark. Or druggy squatters. And who knew what they might do? He even finished it off by saying, and if the floor breaks and I break my leg, then you'll get in so much trouble. Looking back, he was actually pretty convincing, but I was way too fired up to let anyone sway me. I just rushed ahead, told him to stuff it, or something like that we were going, and that it would be good for him, all that crap. And he wilted under me. I didn't care. I wanted to stick it to Miss Newman and my parents and every other well-meaning adult and condescending teen that had ever told me to stay away. And the years of hearing the story had sort of desensitized me in a way, and also hyped me up to see if the story was true. It went like this, give or take. The McKennas were a wealthy family from New York who bought the land in 1976, and by 78, they had a house built and moved in. The husband's name was Jared, and the wife was Sandra. They were both quiet, reserved people. Jared was short and fat and rarely left his wife's side. Sandra was tall, sad-eyed, and her skin was the color of bread dough. They were charitable, kind to anyone who met them on their lonely evening walks by the lake, or when they worked themselves up enough to go out to eat, but they were fragile, not normal, especially Sandra, who kept showing up at school plays and talent shows, but couldn't ever stay till the end before she had to leave in tears, and who sometimes caught children by the arm and stared at them with wet, dull eyes until they pulled themselves away and ran. Acting like that, it's not surprised that rumors started spreading. The adults whispered that she'd been in and out of asylums her whole life, that she'd smothered her baby during an episode of postpartum psychosis. The kids told each other that she was a child snatcher or a witch looking for her next meal, or maybe even a pedophile scooping out the choicest kid in town. A lady my mom knew from church bumped into Jared one evening, walking from the town's antique store. He'd stumbled, and the thing he'd been carrying fell out of his hands. My mom's friend, being a decent person, went to pick it up and saw the cover of what was definitely a book on the occult. She never told Mom what the cover picture was exactly. All she said was that it was vulgar and utterly horrid. Eventually, as the rumors grew and people started getting colder towards them, the McKennas stopped leaving their house. Eventually, without any new incidents to stoke the fire, the talk turned towards newer things to be upset about, and the McKennas sort of slipped into ghost story by flashlight territory. And that's where they stayed. And then, one blue-gray night in July, when the air was thick with gnats and the wind was cool, the police got a call from Jared. He was in tears, begging them to come quickly. "Something's happened to my wife," he said. "It all went wrong. Everything's wrong. She's dying. You have to help us." And so they do. 3 or 4 cop cars go squealing off into the night, up the dirt road on the fringes of town, and to the McKenna's quaint little house. When they get there, they can hear screaming and sobbing from inside the foyer. And when they bust down the door, they find Jared in the process of dragging his wife's body across the floor. She's white, turning yellow from the blood loss. One leg is hanging on by a nerve cluster, nearly torn off at the thigh. And her belly and privates are mauled. It takes a proper autopsy for them to see that some parts of her are missing. Of course, they arrest Jared. The man's a babbling, drooling, screaming wreck who can only say, "I'm sorry, Sandra." And the cops find a museum's worth of occult stuff all throughout the place. So it's not too much of a stretch to say that he went and killed his wife as part of some dark ritual. After everything, the house was left to rot. But some people say that on clear, blue, quiet nights, when the wind is cool and the gnats are flitting, you can hear Sandra's ghost staggering to and fro inside, calling for her husband to come join her. Obviously, there were elements that kept changing. Sometimes her body was headless. Other times, she'd be the one dragging him. The one that was most common when I was growing up was that the police found the 2 of them alive, wrapped in bloody robes and standing over a baby or a kid that they just made a meal of. I've spent a long time going over what I can in the way of evidence. I have a theory that I'm pretty sure of, but I'm gonna leave it till the end. I want to go over what happened to us before I lose my nerve. And if I think I'm fine after, then I'll tell you. Back then, I heard about all those awful, gruesome things, and although I did have nightmares, I still felt this giddiness at the idea of going there, or delving into the unknown like an old-timey pulp hero. What better place to test myself, right? So we snuck out at 11 because I thought it'd be cool to explore the haunted house at midnight. We brought our backpacks stuffed full of horror comics and candy, Halloween in July, flashlights, and my little flip phone. The house was at the opposite side of town, down a lonely little dirt drive walled in by the woods. Grady had brought our dad's Kodak, which was pretty much his anyway, and by the time we'd gotten there, he'd taken about a dozen pictures. When I asked him why, he sort of stuck his nose in the air and said, "Because it looks pretty at night, and I want to enjoy it." I said something swore back to him, and then I pushed him. He got up and shoved me, and then we were racing the rest of the way. It was so quick. It always has been. In the end, I had to trip him up as he made it into the driveway of the house, and then I twisted his arm behind his back until his laughter stopped and the begging started. I was such a creep. Probably smiled when I did it. Things were quiet for a bit afterwards. Lee called to say that he was on his way, so that gave us some time to look around the outside of the place. I'd been hearing stories about the place since I was little. Our town was big, with forests on all sides and tall mountains, and a nice blue lake. And there are dozens of weird places you can still visit. The old rectory, the museum, the biggest library in the county, the abandoned wharf out by the lake, little stone circle near the hiking trail. But those places were all charming, you know? Quaint, like an old Halloween die cut or a Ray Bradbury story. Places that our parents approved of. Places where tourists went. Places that had a history that you could make family-friendly. That wouldn't taint our little child brains and turn us into witches or drug dealers or whatever. The McKenna house wasn't like that. The adults didn't like talking about it. If I asked them, they'd just say it wasn't a place for little girls to go playing in. And if I nagged them enough, they'd get antsy or angry and they'd tell me to go find some other place to horse around at. Or sometimes they'd crouch down, look me dead in the eye, and say something like, "Some very bad things happened up there, okay? Some very bad things." And their serious voices as if we'd figured that out. And they'd leave it at that, like saying that wouldn't make me and every other bored tween and teen want to go have a look. And people did go have a look. But nobody ever went in. At least, not farther than the mudroom, which had a closed door at the other end of it. And I don't think that counted. Not that I'd actually seen it, outside of a few pictures. After someone a few classes above me tried to break a window, the place ended up being patrolled by one of the policemen, usually one that looked suitably scary to a kid. Probably picked like that on purpose. Stuff that got taken from the house was like a good luck charm or a priceless museum piece. Toby Nash had a boot that he'd taken from the mudroom, and he treated that disgusting thing like a Picasso painting or something. So, with all that said, when I actually saw the place, it lived up to my expectations. It was a tall, thin house covered in narrow windows, almost like the kind medieval soldiers would fire crossbows through. The top was all green gables that were as straight and sharp as knife tips, with a few old brick chimneys sticking out here and there. There was an awning going around the whole place, between the first and the second floors, and everything, except the shutters and the roof, were painted in this light blue, like the kind of blue that you see in nurseries. I remember the last rays of the sun bouncing off the dark glass and the cotton candy inferno of the evening sky overhead, and thinking, it looks like a fairy tale house. And yeah, it did. But it was more like a fairy tale house a long time after the happily ever after, when the prince and princess had moved away to bigger and better things and left their little cottage behind to rot in the enchanted forest. Grady was actually the one who got over it first. It was the clicking of his camera that snapped me out of it. I remember being glad he was too fixated on the house to see the expression that had been on my face, or even if it was, for only a moment. We followed this half-wrecked stone pathway through a tangled mess of a garden that led all the way up to the little front porch. Grady snatching the Polaroids that fell from his camera all the while. There wasn't any graffiti, but I could see a few places where some people had dug out a chip of wood from the already gouged up front porch. The door itself was really scratched up too, but the knob still worked, and it wasn't locked or bolted. I said something like, "We should just go in. Maybe we can hide and scare Lee when he comes by." And I didn't mean a word of it. Grady gave me a look. He was really good at mimicking our parents' facial expressions, but they never worked on me. It was hard to take someone smaller and slighter than you seriously, especially when you've seen them cry. When you've made them cry. Still, that time I relented. Some little need in my mind told me to not go in without someone else with me. Lee was bigger than Grady by a fair margin. He played a lot of sports, and I knew that he'd bring a baseball bat or something with him because he always did that whenever we explored a new place. So we did some looking while we waited. It ended up being only about 5 minutes, but Grady got a bunch of shots of the actual house while I took a look at the garden. If you didn't look at it, and I mean, really look at it, if you just let your brain file it away under part of the house, then you wouldn't notice all the little details. Like the doughy white clusters of fungus sprouting up everywhere, even on the flowers. Or how the roses weren't roses because they were too tall. They had big bloated bulbs that weren't the right kind of red. And their thorns were too long and black. Or the bird bath that was half sunken into the ground and all tangled with ivy. But you could still see that there was a carving of a naked woman with a hummingbird head, holding the pincers of a giant scorpion with a man's head. I bet Lee would have thought some of that stuff was cool. And maybe it sounds cool to you. But there, in all that stillness, with the humidity weighing everything down and the shadows growing out from the grass and the trees, it really wasn't. Eventually, Lee came panting and gasping up the trail. Grady asked him if he was okay. I gave him crap for being late, and then it was time. I didn't really wait to open it, I just did. I knew that I'd look scared if I hesitated. I knew in some deeper way that I'd just give up and walk away if I let myself think about it too much. I had to be the strong one, the personal ethos of a tomboy tween. God help me. The door was heavy, and it didn't make a sound when it swung in. The air that came from inside was cold, dusty, and damp. It was dark, but we'd brought some pretty powerful flashlights. The door opened up into the mudroom, which wasn't much to look at, just a bunch of crusty waders and old boots, one pair of which was missing a shoe, a really moldy rug, and another door. I got this overwhelming sinking feeling when I saw that door, this understanding that we were about to go somewhere real, for lack of a better word. There hadn't been another place in town that was off limits to us, and now we were someplace that was actually forbidden to us, someplace even the adults didn't go. We all knew, at least I think we did, that we'd get in more trouble than we'd ever been in if we got caught, or if anyone found out later. It should have been exhilarating, but it made my stomach turn. Still, I made myself take the first step. I brought a few things with me, some wires, a hammer, a screwdriver, and a skeleton key that my dad kept in his junk drawer. Obviously, none of us knew how to pick a lock, but I was ready to try something if I had to. But there was no need, because there was a key in the lock. A little silver key with a big purple tassel that was so grimy and dusty, it looked like some kind of mummified dead spider. Toby hadn't even mentioned a key. None of the older kids did. I told Lee and Grady about it, went on about what total lying wimps the other people must have been as I reached out, and I turned it. There was this deep, resonant click that I could hear echoing out through the walls and into the depths of the house, and the thing popped open like it was on springs or something. And this rush of cold, musty air hit us like the house had let go of a breath it had been holding in. I remember how we all gasped at the sound. Lee whistled, or he tried to, and Grady reached out to take my hand, then he stopped. He just hugged himself. I was glad he kept his hands to himself, because mine had gone wet and clammy in what felt like a second. We all went in single file. The sounds of crickets, the wind in the trees gave way to the creaks and groans of the house, and what I thought was the scratching of mice in the walls. The foyer looked like a smaller version of one of those old plantation mansions with thin white pillars, marble floors, 2 doorways leading off to other wings, and a big, tall staircase going up to the 2nd floor. We argued a bit over what to do. Lee wanted to go upstairs. I wanted to find the nearest room so I could snag something and leave. But Grady, in a moment of bravery that totally caught me by surprise, said that it'd be better if we went through all the rooms, starting from the bottom. We'd be legends. Hometown heroes like Tom Sawyer or something. We'd have pictures to prove it too. The older kids stopped looking at us like we were babies, and the kids our age would worship the ground we walked on. He looked like he was falling into a daydream while he laid it out for us, It made sense. A bullied kid might go pretty far to get at least a little respite from everything. At least outside of home. We went left first. The echoing marble gave way to creaky old wood. Proper floors for a haunted house, right? Our flashlight beams pooled on the ground like a little boat, big dark sea full of shadowy little islands that you could just barely make out. I'd hoped to find old blood or a tape outline maybe, something, but all I saw was dust and shadows. We ended up in the living room first, and by my thinking at the time, all my worries that the house was going to leave us cold faded away. It was a big room, but there was so much clutter that it looked smaller. There were a couple of chairs that had sheets on them and a ratty, overstuffed couch that didn't. A little fireplace, another door at the far end of the room, stacks of paperbacks and newspapers, charts and folders, and babies. Not real ones, just figures, statues. But that didn't really make me less creeped out. There were hundreds of them sitting on the tops of the stacks, cluttering the coffee tables, lines in front of the books on the bookshelf, boys and girls of every race from every period, plastic, dollar store looking crap and antiques, realistic, cartoony. It gave me a thrill. Grady started taking pictures pretty much immediately. Lee went to the stacks and I went to the bookshelves. For a few rows, it was all romance and stuff about color theory and architecture. But it didn't take long for the selection to change. It went from To Sir with Love and The Art of Color to The Expectant Mother in Motherhood 101. The last bookcase was empty. We looked through the rest of the place, but there wasn't anything else to interest us. I pocketed a baby figure that I thought was the creepiest out of them, a big-headed, big-lipped thing with glass eyes. Lee swiped an old magazine without looking at it, and Grady took more pictures. Then we went for the door past the fireplace. The hallway behind it was cramped, full of boxes and other things under yellowing sheets. The wallpaper was torn all to hell, and there were holes punched in the drywall with bits of stuff scattered around the floor. There were 2 doors on either side, so I took the left-handed one and Lee took the right. Grady's interest was forced on the holes in the wall, and he was taking pictures of the insides of them, so he stayed behind. The room I'd chosen ended up being completely empty, just my luck. So I waited a few seconds because I didn't want to seem like I'd picked a dud room, and then went over to see if Lee had found anything. I'd taken 2 steps when I heard Grady gasp. I ran out and found him with his back pressed against the wall away from where he'd been. His eyes were wide and the camera was shaking in his hands. He was staring at the largest hole in the wall, and I knew he must have seen something before he'd even said it. He told me that he'd seen what he thought were a bunch of big, fat maggots writhing around a green ball, and that he'd even snapped a photo. Problem was, his hands had been shaking too much, and the thing had fallen into the hole. I humored him, shining my light inside, and even poked my head in a ways. No maggots. No green ball. No photo. Just slick wood and a few wisps of fiberglass. Admittedly, I didn't linger. I thought that it was just a cramped little alcove between the joists. But it was actually a lot bigger than that. I could reach out my hand and only barely graze the sheathed insides. It was like a thin, dark, extra hallway that had been walked over. The air in there was damp, like the guts of the house had taken a bit of every storm that it had ever weathered and kept it in. It was cold, too, way colder than the rest of the house. And when my fingertips touched the sheathing, it came away slimy, like I'd picked up a slug, and with a few extra splinters. After I'd taken my hand out of there, I made sure to give Grady my best unimpressed mom look. He wasn't the only one who could do that, before I went to go check on Lee. After that, we went back to the foyer and checked the door on the right. It was the kitchen, and the only interesting things we found in there were a pan roast that was so old it had ossified, and a cookbook with recipes to encourage male fertility, which made Lee and I giggle like morons for a good minute. From there, it was on to the second floor. The stairs leading up groaned every few seconds. Grady asked us if we could please go single file and go slowly. We did, though I teased him a little about it. The upstairs felt different. When we got to it, kind of cold but humid, the air there stuck to my lungs, and I broke out in a cold sweat before I knew it. Poor Grady had to make a go for his inhaler a minute in, and Lee started coughing like he had consumption. It stank, too. I've been an EMT for about 5 years now, and in my opinion, there's two kinds of smells. The gut-churningly bad acute kinds, like when a person has a seizure and loses control of their bowels. And the creeping chronic kind of smell. Like in a burn ward, or the ICU, places that have a smell and then an undersmell. Something that all the antiseptic and industrial bleach can't totally wipe away. It's the kind of smell that's... what's the word? It insinuates itself, creeps up on you, and tickles your brain until you realize what it is. And then you can't stop noticing it. That's what the whole upstairs of the McKenna house smelled like something curdling, fermenting, growing just on the edge of notice. No wonder we all started feeling so sick. The actual layout of the upstairs was odd. 2 long hallways on either side, and the left had 2 rooms. The right looked like it had only 1, but I couldn't tell, so I decided we saved that one for last. The first room we went in turned out to be the bathroom. It looked like you'd imagine. The second was the bedroom, shag carpeting that had gone ratty with time, a big nightstand covered in picture albums, a few bottles of prescription antidepressants, a closet without a door, and a king-size bed that had had all its covers and sheets taken off. There was a big duvet on one side, and on the wall right next to it was this big gash in the drywall that was taller than me and nearly as wide. My brother went over and started taking pictures, though he had to come back after a minute because the smell was making him queasy. Lee actually wanted to go in and see where it went, but I told him he was too fat to fit, and Grady butted in before we started to fist fight in the haunted house, and told him that he saw lots of rusty nails sticking out everywhere, which wasn't true. I felt Lee's eyes burning into the back of my neck while he moved on to the second room, but I knew he wouldn't try anything until later, if he did at all. I mean, he just took my brother at his word, and he didn't usually do that, so maybe he was just trying to sound macho and waiting for us to, I don't know, give him permission to let it go, if that makes any sense. Normally, if that kind of tension broke out between us, we'd snipe back and forth and maybe get in a proper fight, but we'd been marinating in the atmosphere of this damn house for about a half an hour, and we kept starting to talk and then second-guessing ourselves before the words came out. So we stood there in awkward silence until Grady asked if we were going back. Obviously, I heard the words more than the actual worried tone and took it for a jibe, so I scoffed and told him that we had 1 more room left and then maybe we could leave. We got halfway down the right hall when Lee got his revenge by jostling me. I stumbled, reaching out and put a hand on the wall to steady myself. My palm hit a doorknob. It's hard to describe the feeling that came over me when I actually turned and looked where I put my hand. It was like looking at a page in a book when you're beyond tired. My vision got all splotchy, and I felt this greasy feeling in my gut. I blinked, and all I could see was plaster and mold, and then I blinked again, and there was a door. And then whatever it was went away. My hand was on the knob and I could taste chalk in the air. Looking back on it, it should have been obvious what had happened, but I think I legitimately thought that it had been a trick of the light, or my mind being addled from the awful stink and the dust. I bet you anything that if I had actually looked before I tried to open the door, Lee and Grady would have started staring at me in the wall with slack jaws and buggy eyes. It was locked, so I took out the crowbar and I broke it open. The room turned out to be the study. And it was quiet. Not a thing moving there, no rats in the walls, just the creaking of the floors and the whistling of the wind outside. That's how it seemed, at least. It was a big room with pictures on every inch of wall by cheap-looking bookshelves filled to capacity, a gouged-up and ransacked desk, a few bins, a clawfoot bathtub that wasn't hooked up to anything and looked old enough to be in a museum, and 2 statues. One short, one very tall, both under sheets. I bet you that if we looked at the floor, we'd have seen the marks in the dust around the taller statue. Or at least we'd have noticed how that one wasn't fuzzy with cobwebs like the others. Instead, we were distracted by everything else. At some point in time, there'd been a long folding table, like the kind that they have for book fairs, on the far wall. But time and the weight of all the crap on it had been too much for the cheap-ass legs, so it had fallen on one side and dumped everything across the floor. The pictures weren't good things for kids to be looking at, not at all. A circle of men standing around a smiling woman whose belly had bloomed like an orchid to show the grinning baby inside. A very detailed female anatomical chart that looked like it'd been made in Victorian times. A giant hermaphroditic thing with 2 heads. Things like that. I think Grady was the only one of us who wasn't creeped out by those things. He took a picture of most of them, I think. You can check them out later yourself. Aside from them, there were periodic tables, star charts, Norman Rockwell postcards, and sketches of children and babies in sunny meadows or strollers or whatever the hell else. Photocopies of old medieval tapestries. Suns with people's faces. It felt like finding that secret room in a serial killer's house with all the pictures and the newspapers. There were books too, stuff like The Female Body, Inside and Out, or From Clay, Life. Some of them were so old that they were actually growing mold. Some of them were in Japanese or German or some other language. Some of them didn't even have titles or authors. It was Grady who figured out what we were looking at. I wasn't much of a reader, much less a fantasy reader. He looked around for a few moments, brows furrowed just like our mom when she was editing her latest design, before his eyes widened and he said in the same tone that he had when we took him to see the whales at SeaWorld, "I think this is an alchemist lab." I had no idea what he was talking about, but I pretended like I did anyway, so I didn't have to hear him wind himself up into a rant. It didn't matter to me, or at least not at the time. He went off, snapping picture after picture, until his satchel was full and he had to hand it off to me. I actually took them without messing with them. I mean, the more proof we had, the less the other kids could naysay us, right? Lee was at the back of the room looking at a weird lab setup that looked like it was entirely made of glass. He was looking at his reflection in the beakers and snickering to himself, which meant that I had nothing else to do but poke around a bit more. Eventually my eyes landed on a little wooden chair that had 2 books stacked on the seat. Pretty as can be. One thick and water-stained, one on top only a step above being a pamphlet. The New Age of Insemination, or How the Great Work May Gift the Barren, and sow your seed in fallow ground. I didn't know what the word on the first one meant, so my attention got snagged by the other one, and before I'd even really thought about it, I'd taken it. It was a thin book with this really awful lithograph cover of a woman in pilgrim clothes, kneeling in a field full of babies' arms, all swaying in the wind like stalks of grain. It was really dog-eared, full of bookmarks. It had lots of writing in it, red, blue pen going over every sentence until it looked like a weird 3D eye trick puzzle. It's been years, but I've never been able to find out anything about it. Who published it? Who wrote it? It has virtually no online presence, except for a few people on a couple of forums that I'd visited who have a copy or saw it somewhere. Bet you anything the other books in there are all like that too. Antiques that only alchemists, real practicing ones, not strip mall spiritualists, would know about. Regardless, the place was too much for me. I'd found my limits. I was done. I wanted to go, and I said as much. And that's when Lee saw his opening and pounced. He'd definitely been working up a good head of steam since the bathroom, so he laid into me. So I was chickening out before we'd gone through the whole house. He finished it all off by saying, "I bet you're just gonna run crying to mommy and run straight into a cop and get us all in trouble. All 'cause you were too chicken to go into a room." You ever been so angry that you felt like your skin was on fire? Like you wanted to cry and scream and roar, but your mind couldn't decide on which one. I stood there for what felt like a minute, literally shaking with rage. I pushed the fear and uneasiness aside, made me feel like I'd just eaten all my Halloween candy in one go. Lee, to his credit, realized that he'd gone too far and wisely started running. He got out of the room and tried to go down the hall to the stairs, but I cut him off, so he ran back down the hall to the last room. I caught up to him before he could get any further, grabbed him by the hair and started laying into him, wood groaning, things crunching under our feet. And I didn't even think to look where we were going until we'd tripped and fallen. 1 second I'm cutting through the air. The next, I'm among brittle things, crunchy, brittle, cold things that break under me and rip through my clothes and shred my skin. Something goes through my arm while my hand goes straight into something cold and mushy. I let out this disgusting squawk and push Lee away so I can get to my feet. I brace myself on the floor and my other hand hits something fuzzy and cold, and that's when I noticed the smell. This horrible, sour, sweet smell that burrows into my nose. I dropped my flashlight earlier, but Lee hadn't. I didn't want to see. I already knew what I was lying in. Hot summers spent near highways and in culverts, and owning 4 mutts with black holes for stomachs had acquainted me with the smell and the feel of roadkill. The light came on before I could get up and tell him to stop. They were everywhere, birds and mice, cats. Mostly, though, I saw a few dogs and maybe an elk, too. All rotting and melting into a knee-high swamp of mold and sewage, basically. I saw the flashlight beam glinting on a dozen wide, dead black eyes, the off-white of teeth and fangs, the crayon drawings on the wall, the gnawed up, well-used toys dotted about, and all the filth like little islands, and then the massive hole in the far wall that went from floor to ceiling. The smell wouldn't let up. There was something behind the rot, something like petrichor, flesh, raw meat. I bent over to try and keep myself from throwing up, but when I did, I saw something lying on top of the mess, stuck to it with biofilm. It was a Polaroid. A Polaroid of an old wooden floor without any dust, some joists with little wisps of fiberglass still sticking to them, and a green ball gripped by 5 fat white fingers, each ending in a black hook. That's when I understood. I thought it would have been fun. Our spooky little quest, just something to do in a town that had started to bore us. You don't really know that a horror story is real until you're in the middle of one. The feeling that came with that realization was awful, obviously. It felt like I'd been walking across a road, my feet firmly on stable ground, and then bam! I'd stepped out into open air. I stood up feeling like the world was tilted on its side, hands sticky with green rot and fur and maggots. I turned to scream or call out to tell Lee and Grady that we needed to get out of there right now. And then down the hall I heard my brother start to scream. It was an awful sound, high-pitched, throat-splitting, helpless. He'd broken an arm once because I'd pushed him out of a tree that I dared him to climb. I'd scared him hundreds of times in October and out of it, and I'd let my roughhousing get out of control more than once, and he'd never made a sound even a little like that. It went on and on. Something fell with a crash that I heard him start to run, then stop just as quickly. And then there wasn't anything. No more screaming, no more crashing, just Lee's crying and my own heartbeat. I knew we'd have to get out of there. The hole in the wall was behind me. I could feel it at my back waiting. I think that's what got me to move, that kind of nebulous image of something shooting out of the darkness and pulling me down into the rot and then dragging me away. There wasn't much real planning on my part. All I knew was that I needed to get my brother and run. I imagined taking the stairs 3 at a time, dragging the boys by their arms, bursting through the front door, running out into the night from whatever lumbering ghoul was chasing us. I hauled Lee up and threw him onto solid ground, and then I got out, feeling maggots dying under my fingernails. We went to the door, threw it open, and stepped out into the darkness with only Lee's shaky little pocket of light to see by. I heard Grady before I saw him, and I didn't have the time to even finish thinking. I don't want to see him. Before he crawled out into the light. Every breath he took was wet, and his hands were red. What it had done to his face, God, I don't know how he could have seen us or heard us. I can't imagine how painful it must have been. He reached out to me, my little brother, the person I'd bullied and comforted and held as a baby and promised my parents I would care for, gagging on his own blood. Now, I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. His hand fell. It was like watching in slow motion, and that's when I noticed the things on his back. 5 or 6 of them, maybe more. I was too shocked. They were too fast, but I caught a glimpse of red and white skin, lumpy heads with big, wet mouths, fast little hands with long, long fingers like dental tools. They all fell off Grady when the light hit them, but I saw them, scurrying around him where the light didn't reach, brushing at his clothes, tugging at his legs, making tiny, quiet little suckling sounds. Lee screamed, and maybe I did too. I can't remember. I was just standing there, feeling like I was watching everything happen to someone else, and then the light was gone. Lee had turned around to run, which was stupid. There weren't any other rooms. The only window there was boarded up. It didn't even matter. He hadn't even taken 2 steps before something came out of the room that we had just been in. You've never seen a monster, a real one. It's been 2 decades, and I still haven't fully found a way to explain how seeing that thing come swaying into the light from out of the darkness felt, what it did to me. It was brain-searing. It was like Being in free fall, it was like seeing something impossible and knowing it wasn't. It made my bladder give, my bowels burst. It made me choke on bile and the scream that still wouldn't come. Imagine legs with no feet. Imagine red flesh on a body like a honeycomb for vulture bees. Imagine a mother spider with her body boiling with her babies, all jostling each other, rippling, going still like lake water. Imagine a big, swollen white head, all dusty and soft like rotting bread dough. Imagine that somebody tried to sculpt a baby's face onto it. Now, imagine it looking down at you and cooing at you with a baby's happy little voice. That's what it was. And it was worse than any accident you could see, any sickness you could treat or wound you could suture. Seeing it cost me so much. My health for a good 10 years, my sobriety for nearly as long, my willingness to even be around children for longer than absolutely necessary. None of my family knows, though. I bet plenty of the old-timers in town do. Aside from you, the only people I've actually told were some friends at a college party when I was drunk and high out of my mind, and Miss Newman. She was the one who found me, choking on my tears and snots, stinking like dead things and waste. She'd been coming up the trail with the officer we'd snuck past. She yelled something when she saw me and Lee racing down. Then I heard her gasp as we got closer and she could smell us and see us. For me, there's nothing between hearing the baby's happy little voice coming out of that thing and feeling the night wind clawing at my cheeks. Mrs. Newman caught me when I fell. She didn't shake me or yell at me. She spoke to me. Even though I couldn't hear anything, all I could hear was my brother's dead. My brother's dead, over and over on a loop. I must have told him about Grady, or Lee did. I can't remember. I passed out pretty soon after. My little adventure was the talk of the town. I must have told him about Grady or Lee did. I can't remember. I passed out pretty soon after. My little adventure was the talk of the town. I made the paper a few times. Got talked to and yelled at by the police and my parents. Lee's dad came by and watched me for a while before he left. I barely talked to any of them. I spent a week in the hospital. And then the remainder of that summer, sitting in my bed doing nothing. I just sat in my bed with my blankets wrapped around me, staring off at my TV or wall, not seeing anything but what happened that night. I barely moved. Sleeping until my body gave out or my parents made me take a sleeping pill. I didn't talk either. But I did have my brother's satchel. I'd forgotten that I'd taken it with me when I'd run, but I had. And it wasn't long before someone found them. I'm sure some people here have told you some stories about me, but I'm also sure there aren't many who think that it was me who killed Grady. And those pictures are why. I kept them. Despite the smell and what they show and the fact that I can't even look at the filing cabinet they're in without it all coming back, I won't throw them out. They're Grady's pictures. And I can't just throw them away just because they make me feel bad. They stay there. But you can take pictures of them or make copies of them with the originals. The originals stay with me. They burned the house down. It took people a few years to actually do it. I remember one of my friends who's a firefighter told me the night they all went up there, ready to torch it. Took them an hour to actually do it because he and his friends were certain down to their souls that the place wouldn't catch fire if they tried. They ended up having to leave. Some of them had fevers and headaches afterward. That's how it went for 6 more nights across 4 months. It was just before we were expected to get a huge snowfall when a group of them just decided to get sloshed and do it anyway. I'm told the place went up like a grease fire. Just kept burning even after the last of the supports turned to ash. I go up there sometimes, during the day. The air is just one big black pit. I haven't seen anything grow there, and it's been more than a decade. And before you ask, and I can see you gearing up too. I don't know. I don't know if those things are dead. You wanted to know what I thought had happened to the McKennas? I think Sandra wanted children so bad that she and her husband turned to alchemy to fight their problems. And those things that I saw that night, they were the result. And yeah, I have some sympathy for her. She was clearly very mentally ill. And the way she died was horrific. But I mean, she could have adopted. Brought a kid into their lives that way. Instead, she and her husband, they cost my brother his life. I'll never get the chance to apologize for everything I did. For leaving him behind. He wouldn't have made it, but I should have done more. Instead of stepping on him on the way out. I hope he's okay. Wherever he is. Hey there, kids. It's me, MrCreepyPasta. And before we get started on tonight's story, I'm going to let you know about the crowdfunding project of Dread, Decay, and Doom. It's a book, an anthology, a horror anthology, that is currently being crowdfunded in the link in the description down below, or the one you see on your screen right now. If you like tonight's story written by Vincent Venicava, and you want to see more stories from amazing authors like this, please consider supporting these books. You can get a digital copy, or you can get physical copies through the link down below. And this is a great way to be able to support upcoming unpublished authors and authors of amazing horror fiction. So, without further ado, on to tonight's story. Samantha was awakened by a kiss. It hadn't come from a charming prince. There had been no firm but gentle lips, no musky sandalwood scent drifting through the air. There had been no rough, masculine stubble tickling her cheek. No dashing smile, no blue-eyed stare, no true love's first embrace. There hadn't even been a damn horse. No, this kiss had come in with a thundering crack. Its lips were made of rocks and dirt. They sent shockwaves rippling through her skull, raked down her face, and pushed pebbles inside of her nose and mouth. But she was awake. And that meant she was alive. This was the first of 3 thoughts that had burst into her mind the moment after her head slammed against the ground. The second was that she regretted skipping lunch earlier that day because it was well past midnight and she hadn't even eaten anything since the granola bars she had for breakfast. That thought, however, was pushed rather quickly to the side once the third one bullied its way to the forefront of her consciousness. This third thought was The East Mountain Killbilly just slaughtered my friends, and now he's dragging me into the woods. It wasn't quite that coherent. There were a lot of fucks and shits, and even a couple fucking shits sprinkled in there, but that was basically the gist of it. Her body was cold, but a wound just below her ribcage burned as if it was on fire. The last thing she recalled was looking into the Killbilly's wild yellow eyes as he ran the steel blade of his machete through her torso. She must have passed out from blood loss. The fact that she was still breathing meant the machete would have had to have missed every major organ inside her tiny 110-pound frame. She considered trying to kick herself free. And then she remembered the person she'd be kicking was a near 7-foot-tall behemoth of a man who was wearing a mask of human flesh fashioned from the face of somebody who was probably a lot tougher than she was. Her mind raced as she was reminded of the horrors she'd witnessed him perform at the cabin that night. His strength was immense. It had taken him no effort to completely overpower Devin and Trevor, and they played on the college football team. Fighting back was pointless. Bella had lunged heroically at him with a marshmallow skewer, but that hadn't worked out well for her. The Killbilly snapped her friend's wrist like a twig, snatched the skewer from her grip, and then buried it deep inside her eye socket without even breaking a sweat. It still had the marshmallow on it at the time. It was golden brown, too. Perfectly toasted. Damn, she was hungry. Her best bet was to play dead. Every second the Killbilly thought she was a corpse was another second he wouldn't spend actually making her one. He pulled her across the forest floor for what felt like an eternity before coming to a stop at the side of the road. It was here that he dropped her leg. The Killbilly took a few long strides away from her, then sat down on his haunches and began to rummage through a duffel bag that he was carrying with him. She considered scrambling to her feet now that his attention was diverted, but something deep inside her was holding her back. She couldn't stand. She couldn't run. Not because her legs didn't work, but because she was terrified about what it would mean if she did. Running would alert the Killbilly, and the last thing she wanted was that unhinged lunatic chasing after her again. She wished some hero could come along and rescue her. A cop or a vigilante in a bright spandex costume would do the trick. Even a cyclist who kept a gun in his bright spandex bike shorts. She was young. She was pretty. She was white. She wasn't supposed to be dealing with things like this on her own. It was someone else's job to save the day, yet deep in her gut, she knew she was alone. So she waited and listened as the Killbilly packed his duffel bag. She wondered what was in there, but didn't dare open her eyes for fear that he would catch a glimpse of her watching him. Once he finished, she heard the jangle of keys, then a click. It was followed by a soft ding, and that's when the trunk of his car opened. She wasn't expecting him to drive, let alone own an automobile. If the campfire stories were to be believed, the East Mountain Killbilly was an undead maniac who rose from the grave every 13 years to butcher whatever unlucky co-eds happened to cross his path. She didn't understand how a Toyota Camry fit into that equation. The giant hoisted her off the ground. She let herself go slack, doing her best corpse impression, but the dead weight made little difference to him. He dumped her in the trunk with all the care one might afford to a deflated tire, then loomed over her. Though her eyes were shut, she could feel his stare violating her. She was running out of time. Once that lid closed, she'd be locked inside, but she would need to face the monster who had massacred her friends if she wanted to get away. The very idea made her limbs feel like they were made of stone. The trunk slammed shut. Darkness swaddled her. And so too did a terrible sense of shame. She'd been too afraid to save herself, and now she couldn't. The only silver lining was that here, in the trunk, she was finally free of the Killbilly's eyes. But this perk was only temporary. Sooner or later, his stare would return, and once it did, her nightmare would begin all over again. The car started, and a few seconds later, it was rumbling down the road. She decided to use her newfound privacy as an opportunity to snoop around. The inside of the truck was pitch black, but she could gather clues with her hands. Samantha patted around the small, compact space until her fingers brushed up against something. After some careful examination, she was sure it was a duffel bag. Must have loaded it in the trunk with her. There were 3 small pockets along the side of it, so she extended her investigation to them first. With any luck, she'd find something useful. The stabbier, the better. But even a bag of trail mix would be a godsend. The first pocket was empty, but in the second, she found a Zippo lighter. She flicked it on, illuminating the trunk in a dim orange glow. At least she could see again, and now her eyes confirmed what she'd suspected all along. It was just her and the bag in the trunk. If it didn't contain anything that could help her, she was back to square one. The third pocket was a disappointment. The only thing it yielded was a fast food coupon, which, considering her grumbling stomach, felt like a slap in the face. That left the main compartment. She hoped she'd saved the best for last. It had the most space, so it made sense that's where she'd find the Killbilly's spare murder weapon. A machete of her own wouldn't exactly even the playing field with someone his size, but at least it wouldn't make her feel so helpless. Samantha unzipped the bag and pulled open the flap. She gaped into it. Eyes wide, mind in disbelief as the horrible sight began to come into focus for her. A scream nearly burst from her mouth. She managed to swallow it back down and felt her head start to spin. She was staring at a simmering stew of body parts, hands and ears and toes that the Killbilly had collected from her friends and kept as souvenirs. There were pieces of everyone who had been with her in the bag, and sitting on top of it all, gazing back at her through 2 empty black voids, was the same human face that the Killbilly had been wearing as a mask. Samantha pushed the bag aside. So this was what her future would hold. As soon as the car got where it was going, she'd no doubt be diced up and added to the psychopath's collection. She started to cry. If only she'd run away earlier while the Killbilly was distracted. If only she hadn't been such a pussy. Her eyes darted around the inside of the trunk. She could have sworn she heard a voice. "You're kind of a pussy, you know that?" "Who said that?" Samantha hissed. She kept her voice to a whisper, but there was a shrillness in it that she couldn't hold back. "The bag, dummy." There was no way that she could have heard that correctly. She was all alone in this trunk. She was sure of it. Carefully, she crawled forward and peered back into the bag. Nothing had changed since her last glance. Every hacked-up limb was still where it was before. The face still sat in its original position, splayed out like a pale jellyfish that had washed up atop a pile of human garbage. "Hey, Samantha," it said. "Fancy meeting you here." Panic swept over her. Her breath quickened. Her heart drummed so hard against her chest she thought it might break her sternum. The face's features remained static. Its lips didn't move, and yet she knew it was the source of the voice. Even stranger, she thought she recognized it. She leaned closer into the bag and studied the face for the first time that night. Then gasped. She knew who it belonged to. "Barry?" she squeaked. "Good to see you still recognize me," said the face. "I know I'm not looking my best." In all the chaos, she'd completely forgotten about Trevor's roommate. Barry had come up to the cabin with them this weekend. Samantha hadn't spoken much to him because he'd seemed like kind of a dick. But at least he brought weed and booze. Barry wandered off earlier that evening when the group was sitting around the campfire, and she hadn't heard of him since. A couple hours after that was when the Killbilly began his rampage. "I think I'm going crazy," Samantha mumbled. "I think you're right," replied Barry's face. The car took a sharp turn and she was thrown suddenly to her side. For a second she had forgotten about where she was. She remembered now, and there was an odd comfort in knowing that she was trapped in a psychopath's trunk. It grounded her in a way. Being held hostage by a serial killer that was real, having a conversation with a dead guy's face was not. Then, Barry's voice resumed, and her world flipped upside down again. Since we have some time to kill, I figured you and me could have a little chat. This isn't happening, uttered Samantha. She hugged herself and started rocking. Hey, knock off the am I going crazy stuff. The answer is yes. You've lost your goddamn mind. Now can we move past it? Samantha wiped some snot from her nose. I'm sorry, she sniffled. She tried to project more confidence, but her voice cracked when she asked the next question. What happened to you? I walked in the woods to smoke a joint when Devin started playing Wonderwall on his guitar. I'm sorry, I know he's your boyfriend, was your boyfriend, but he's got a voice like a feral cat in heat. Memories of Devin flooded her mind. She couldn't believe she'd never see him again. Well, he's dead now, she said. Look, I don't know if you're coming on to me, said Barry's face, but if you are, I think I saw my dick in the bag earlier. Check under Bella's foot. Excuse me? Don't worry about it. Anyway, I ran into the Killbilly when I was token up, and I guess you didn't hear my screams over Devin's crappy singing. After I died, the freak made a mask out of my face. Weird, right? Weird was the appropriate word. Being nearly murdered by a psychopath who collects human body parts was weird. Talking to the severed face of her friend's dead roommate was cuckoo bananas. Samantha took a deep breath, then leaned over the bag. Why'd you call me a pussy earlier? She asked. Barry's mouth did not turn up into a smile, but a giggle trickled from his lips nonetheless. I mean, you could have gotten away. Killbilly thought you were dead, but you just laid there. I was scared. And you're still scared, but now you're in a serial killer's trunk. How'd that work out for you? Once again, she was ashamed. It was bad enough when she was the only person who knew she was a coward, but being called out by this asshole added a new level to her self-loathing. The car slowed to a stop. That meant the joyride was coming to an end. She wasn't ready to see the Killbilly again. Samantha began to hyperventilate. Relax, said Barry's face. You hear that? There was a new voice. This one was tinny and muffled. It echoed from outside the car. Welcome to Poppy's. Would you like to add a peanut butter poppy pie to your order for $1? Was someone else there? She wasn't sure what was real and what wasn't anymore. Almost on cue, Barry's face answered the question. You're not hallucinating that one, Samantha. I think we're at a fast food drive-thru. No thank you. I'm trying to watch my weight, laughed another voice. This one was more clear. She could tell it was coming from inside the car. I'll have a double daddy beefy patty with cheese, hold the pickles. It was him. The Killbilly. It had to be. The entire time he'd been hunting her and her friends, she'd only heard him let out a few inhuman moans. For all she knew, the guy had a vocabulary of a tree stump, and now he was ordering a cheeseburger in perfect English. His voice was deep, but he spoke with a casual smoothness. So that's one double daddy beefy patty, no pickles? Asked the person over the intercom. With cheese, added the Killbilly. There was a sigh, a brief pause, and then... All right, pull up to the next window. She could smell the food now. Its savory scent penetrated the trunk and twisted her gut into knots. She could almost taste its greasy goodness. Damn, that smells delicious, said Barry's face. I might still be a little high because I think I have the munchies. You are not helping, Samantha said. If you're hungry, there's plenty of protein in the bag here with me. I'm not a cannibal. Give it time. Barry's face laughed. Why are you bothering me? Asked Samantha. Believe it or not, I want to help you. Samantha contemplated this. She'd been wishing someone would come help her. She'd just hoped that it would be someone with arms and legs. Maybe a torso. You're just a face, she said. What can you do? Okay, I'm going to blame that insensitive comment on the trauma you've sustained this evening, huffed Barry's face. The truth is, I can't do much physically, but maybe I can convince you to do something. Like fight. Samantha scoffed. Fight? Did you see what happened to everyone else that tried that? The car drove up to the window, and she could hear the Killbilly talking again. "Oh, I have a coupon in my trunk," he said. "You have to pull into a parking space," replied the cashier. "We can't permit you to exit your vehicle in the drive-thru." "Really?" whined the Killbilly. "That's a silly rule. I'm the only one here. I'll be real quick." "Sir, it's a safety precaution," snapped the cashier. There was a tone in the woman's voice that she wasn't taking anyone's shit tonight. "I'm going to have to ask you to please pull into a parking spot if you would like to exit your vehicle." The two sat in silence for a moment, and Samantha could feel the tension in the air. The next thing she was expecting to hear was the cashier begging for her life, but to her surprise, it was the Killbilly's voice that broke through the quiet. "I'll be right back," he said. The car pulled out of the drive-thru and began to circle the parking lot. "Okay," said Barry's face. "This looks like your chance." "My chance at what?" asked Samantha. "Having my tits chopped off and tossed in that duffel bag?" Barry's face ignored her quip. "Killbilly still thinks you're dead, and he's about to open the trunk. When he does that, punch him in his big ugly face. Start running. He won't know what hit him." "Punch him? What would that do?" said Samantha. "He makes Andre the Giant look like Danny DeVito." She closed her eyes when the car stopped and went back to playing a corpse. The Killbilly was mumbling to himself, "Don't kill him, don't kill him, they're only doing their job." She heard the door open, followed by his heavy, plodding footsteps as he made his way towards the back of the car. "Here he comes," said Barry's face. "You know what to do." The trunk opened. Her eyes stayed shut, but she knew the Killbilly was standing over her. He placed something beside her body. Discreetly, she reached out with her fingers to feel what it was. Didn't take long before she realized she was in arm's reach of the machete. The Killbilly was too busy fishing through his bag to notice. "What pocket did I put that coupon in?" he grumbled. Now would be her chance. All she had to do was grab the thing and swing it at the Killbilly while his attention was elsewhere. Even if she didn't put him down, the surprise would be enough to get enough space between them to slip away. But what if she missed? What if he grabbed it from her, just like when Bella came at him with the marshmallow skewer? What if her stupid ass dropped the thing? The element of surprise was all she had going for her, and if she screwed up, it would be gone for good. "Aha!" cried the Killbilly. He retrieved the coupon and was holding it over his head triumphantly. After dancing a quick celebratory jig, he stuffed it in his pockets, then leaned over her and snatched the machete from the trunk. The lid shut. Samantha flicked the lighter back on and washed away the shadows. "What the hell?" cried Barry's face. "The machete was right there! Why didn't you do something?" "I was afraid," she sobbed. "And you wondered why I called you a pussy earlier." The car made its way back to the window again, and the Killbilly presented the cashier with his coupon. "This is expired, sir," said the woman at the cash register. "What?" gasped the Killbilly. "Let me see that. Oh, for crying out loud, the 13th was like an hour ago. Can't you give me the discount anyway?" The cashier was clearly over this whole exchange. "The system won't let me put in an expired coupon." Killbilly replied with a frustrated grunt, then handed over his money. A few seconds passed, and the woman returned to the window with his food. "Excuse me," said the Killbilly. "This order isn't correct. I asked for a double daddy beefy patty with cheese. There's no cheese on this." Samantha could practically hear the cashier roll her eyes before responding. "Please pull into the parking spot while we correct your order. We'll bring it out to your car." "Can't you just bring it to me here?" asked the Killbilly. "It's 1 a.m. There's no one else in the drive-thru." A horn blared. Samantha's ears started ringing. It had come from a car that had crept up behind them. Its front bumper was just inches away from the trunk. "Hey, move it, asshole!" shouted the driver. "Get your thumb out of your ass! Pull forward!" "Sir," said the cashier to the Killbilly. She was now speaking with the same sternness a mother might use when scolding a child. "I'm not going to tell you again. Please pull into a parking space. We'll bring you out your order." The car started up and circled the lot again, then parked in a spot. "Don't kill him, don't kill him," the Killbilly muttered to himself. "It's a late shift, they're probably understaffed. Don't kill him." "For a homicidal maniac, this guy has a surprising amount of restraint," said Barry's face. I don't think he'll show me the same courtesy, replied Samantha. That's why you gotta get off your ass and do something. She didn't respond. Do something? That was easy for him to say. He was already dead. There was a knock on the window and the Killbilly let out a surprised yelp. That was fast, he said. Oh, hey, can I help you? Hey, you got any money? Said a homeless man who had approached the car. No, sorry, said the Killbilly. I don't carry cash. Say, this is a nice whip, the homeless man purred. She's got a sexy body. Linus, get the hell out of here. It was the cashier again. Her voice grew as she rushed across the parking lot. I swear I wasn't trying to fuck the car this time, the homeless man cried. Samantha heard the patter of his feet as he ran off. When the cashier reached the car, she handed the Killbilly's order through the window. Yell out now, said Barry's face. Scream bloody murder before that employee walks away. She couldn't scream. All she could do was think of what would happen if the Killbilly heard her. Nightmare scenarios played through her head like a movie on an old projector. Images of him peeling out of the lot, dragging her from the car, hacking her to bits, poured through her consciousness. Excuse me, said the Killbilly. The order's wrong again. The employee sighed. You said, double daddy, beefy patty with cheese. That's what you got. The Killbilly was irritated now. I said, double daddy, beefy patty with cheese, hold the pickles. He really drew out the last part to emphasize it. This has pickles on it. Check the receipt. Can't you just take them off? Asked the cashier. No, I can't just take them off, groaned the Killbilly. I hate pickles. Their flavor dominates the burger. Even if I remove them now, their juice has already seeped into the bun and it'll be all I can taste. Please, can you just make me what I ordered? He handed her back the bag. Samantha sure didn't mind pickles. Hell, what she wouldn't do to savor just one sliced sweet pickle on her tongue right now. Her stomach growled so loud she was surprised the Killbilly couldn't hear her from the driver's seat. Considering cannibalism yet? Asked Barry's face. I'm not eating my friends, she hissed. So you do stand for something, said Barry's face. What are you trying to get at? I'm saying maybe you're not as big of a pushover as you think. You'll stand up for your dead friends. Why won't you stand up for yourself? It's not that I don't want to. It's just that I'm scared. Scared of what? Samantha wiped tears from her eyes. That I'll fuck up. Seems to me you're more afraid of failing than you are dying. She tilted her head. I get it, continued Barry's face. The world's a dark, scary place. Just like this trunk. It's easy to sit back, wish that someone else would come along and solve your problems for you, but that isn't always the case. Sometimes you need to fight for yourself, because no one else will, and who cares if you fuck up? It's still better than not trying at all. She thought about what he said. It made more sense than anything else that had been going through her head that night. Something sparked inside her, a small flame no bigger than the one coming out of the top of her Zippo lighter. But the more she considered Barry's words, the bigger that fire grew. The cashier had returned to the car. Sorry about that, she said as she handed the Killbilly his food. Thank you for choosing poppies. Have a dippy-doo-dad day. She walked off. The Killbilly mumbled something incoherent to himself as he unwrapped his burger. The car went silent for a moment, then Samantha heard him shout, Gross! The car door opened and out stomped the Killbilly. I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna kill them all, he snarled. He's coming back to the trunk, said Barry's face. What are you gonna do? She didn't reply, but she knew the answer. The fire was spreading rapidly. Its flame consumed her, and now she burned with a desire to face her monster. She wasn't afraid of failure anymore. As far as she was concerned, the next time that trunk closed, she'd either be alive and outside of it, or dead for real. There would be no more feeling sorry for herself, no more hoping to be rescued. She was going to fight, and if she went down, then hell, at least she'd go down swinging. Samantha closed her eyes and laid back down just as the Killbilly popped the trunk. Where's my mask? He said to himself. She opened one eye and snuck a peek. He was holding on to the machete this time. Of course he was. Handing it to her would have been too easy. That didn't matter, though. Not anymore. She took a quick breath to steady herself, let out a primal scream, then sprang up and swiped at the blade. The killbilly squealed and tried to twist away, but stumbled, and that was all she needed. It gave her the chance to yank the weapon from his grip. She spun its handle in her hand, then lunged forward with both arms, leading with the blade. Her eyes must have been closed when it struck him, because when she opened them again, she was face to face with a killbilly for the first time since the cabin. The only difference was, now his eyes were full of fear. It was strange seeing his real face. I was sure he was still big, but now he just looked like a guy. She wondered why she had ever been so frightened of him. The machete was buried halfway into his throat. He gasped and gurgled as blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. With one hand he grabbed the blade, trying to prevent it from digging any deeper into his neck. With the other, he was still holding the bag containing his order. Samantha stood up to get more leverage. She wasn't going to be denied. With all the force she could muster, she shoved the machete forward, pushing the blade out the other side of the killbilly's neck. Blood began to gush from his throat, running down his chest. His massive body toppled backwards, and when his head hit the pavement, it rolled away from the rest of his neck. She stood over the man she'd just decapitated, sweat dripping from her brow, the cold air licking at her skin. "I couldn't have done this without you, Barry," she said. Barry's face laughed. "Didn't we go over this before? I'm not real. You're nuts. You did this all on your own, Samantha." A mix of emotions swirled inside her. Sorrow, anger, pride, rage, relief, and perhaps most of all, an intense, gnawing hunger. She bent down and tore the bag from the killbilly's fingers, then unwrapped the burger. A double daddy beefy patty was precisely what the doctor ordered, pickled or no pickles. She didn't care, as long as she could sample its heavenly flavor. Its aroma was otherworldly. Smelling it this close sent shivers through her body. She couldn't stand it anymore. She needed a bite. Samantha opened her jaw and sunk her teeth into the juicy burger. The sweet meat nearly melted in her mouth and made her taste buds dance with euphoria. It was ecstasy. It was bliss. It was as if the burger's processed ingredients were having an orgy inside her mouth. Then she caught a different flavor. Something that wasn't right. Something she couldn't quite put her finger on. It wasn't Poppy's secret sauce, no. It was saltier and slimier than that. She lifted the bun, gawked stupidly at the patty, then felt the beef she had just swallowed rise up in her throat. "Are you kidding me?" she screamed. The door chimed. "Welcome to Poppy's," said the cashier at the register. "Would you like to add a peanut butter poppy pie to your order for a dot?" A head thumped down on the counter. The cashier gaped at it. She realized immediately it belonged to the man whose food she just brought out. "I think you got my order wrong," Samantha said. "I asked for a double daddy beefy patty with cheese, no pickles." She pulled Barry's face out of the duffel bag, fastened it on top of her own, then raised the machete over her head. As she jumped across the counter, she could hear his voice cry out again. "And this time, hold the fucking loogie!" I had worked construction for the better part of my 20s before the accident. I never had the know-how to get into engineering school like my parents wanted for me, but I preferred to work with my hands anyhow. Jobs came and went, contracts ended, but ultimately, I always had a site to work or a building to put up. When the Whitlam-Hawthorne Group offered me a foreman position for the construction project of their new headquarters, I accepted in a heartbeat. Job security from a company like WHG, with a salary that I'd only dreamed of, and benefits to match. Thought it would be stupid not to accept. The foundation had barely been poured on the site when the collapse happened. No one knew who exactly was to blame, whether it was the surveyors, the engineers, or just some freak accident. But those of us caught in the rubble only had the parent company to point our fingers at. 3 men dead, 13 injured. It was apparently a serious enough legal threat that Whitlam Hawthorne opted to offer us each a generous settlement outside of court. You can judge all you want that my silence was bought, but 6 zeros on a check, well, that would buy yours too. In addition, they also offered me a systems job that I'd be able to work from home, and even a reduced renter's rate at one of their apartment complexes, in a unit that would accommodate the wheelchair that I'd be confined to the rest of my life. Until then, I didn't even know they owned any residential properties, but the complex looked decent enough on the pamphlet that they sent me. After all, I certainly couldn't live alone in my current 4th-floor apartment anymore. I moved in nearly the beginning of February last year. I won't lie, the adjustment to everything at once hit me a lot harder than it should have. Overnight, I had gone from working outside every day to being restricted to a wheelchair that I had no intuition for using and being stuck inside all day long. My hard hat and boots swapped for a work laptop and a filing cabinet. The depression caused by my new situation was only worsened when I got settled in. It was embarrassing how little I owned that would still be practical given my new lifestyle, so it didn't take long for the movers to bring everything over. I was moved in less than a day after I got out of the hospital. The apartment was a 1st-floor unit for obvious reasons. The 2nd and 3rd floors each had units with patio balconies that extended an outcrop over my minuscule fenced-in yard. As a result, the already tiny windows in my living room barely got any sunlight during the day. Off to the side of my living room, I had a kitchen with lowered countertops and extended storage space on the lower shelves. My bedroom was spacious, with a wheelchair-accessible closet and a roomy attached bathroom. I wish I could say that I was thankful, but the accommodations only reminded me that I'd never live the same life again. Please don't get me wrong, I'm absolutely not one of those guys who sees disability as something that makes someone lesser. My aunt was a wheelchair user when I was growing up, and I had an older brother with special needs. Both of them had my respect for as long as they lived. But both of them had died because, in one way or another, they depended on something that couldn't be provided for them. In her old age, my aunt fell out of her chair at home one day and didn't have the arm strength to crawl back up or reach the phone. The medic said that her pets had begun to eat her, even before she died. My brother ended his own life because my parents refused to get him the help he needed. I still won't talk to my family for that. And now, after almost 30 years of independence and ability, it seemed as though every one of my prospects was ripped from me, and I was entirely dependent on the company that had caused it. In short, I was very, very bitter. In June of that year, it was as hot as it had ever been in my state. By then, I'd settled into a dull routine. Wake up, do a few arm exercises before I showered, eat breakfast, and then try to get some work done before lunch. What I did could barely qualify as work, but it seemed like the company thought it would be better to have me under NDA and payroll than risk me suing. Once lunch came around, I would check my fridge for groceries and add what I was running low on to my weekly mobile delivery order. It was so much easier to have someone else leave groceries at my front door than to find a way to actually get to the supermarket. I found a routine where I honestly never had to leave the apartment. I avoided human interaction those days, so it was easy to stay inside. The only voices I heard for months were my neighbors. From what I could tell, I lived underneath a married couple that never stopped fighting, and in the unit next to me there was an older woman with at least a couple more cats than our lease allowed. On one particular morning, mid-June, as I got out of the shower and dried my head, I opened my eyes to find that the power in my apartment had suddenly gone out. It was inevitable. Everyone on the block had to have their AC units on full blast. I finished drying off, and for the first time since I moved in, rolled over to the contained sliding door attached to my living room, and went out into my small yard where I knew I'd find the breaker box. The outside air was hot, heavy, and as I watched my toes brush against the grass, they couldn't feel. I noticed that without the noise of the AC units running outside, it was very, very quiet. Not even the sound of insects or birds filled the morning air. For a moment, I let the morning sun rest on my face before it would rise behind the patio, overshadowing my yard. For as short as it lasted, the peace that overwhelmed me was blissful. The silence was interrupted by the sound of a sliding door from above, creaking wood and the sound of footsteps, followed by the familiar arguing voices I'd grown painfully accustomed to. "If you don't want to fix it, then I will!" The wife's voice grew louder as she moved above me. "I never said I wouldn't do it. I said, give me a damn minute to put my shoes on. Why do you always..." I zoned out as their arguing continued above. Even the briefest joy was fleeting, I thought, as I opened my own fuse box and flipped the breakers. I heard my AC unit whir to life from outside my fence, muddying the soundscape once more with its mechanical whine. At least it drowned out the arguing above. As I struggled to figure out how to wheel back over the lip on the sliding door, I heard the arguing stop, and the couple's sliding door slide shut and close above me. I managed to get back inside, and I hoped I wouldn't have to go out again anytime soon. I'm ashamed to admit that that was the last time I went outside for months. I'd gone no contact with the rest of my family years ago, and what few friends I had lived out of state. I had no reason to go out anymore, so the summer's heat paired with my depression only forced me inwards. Wake up, shower, eat breakfast, work all day, sleep. Even the arguments upstairs and the occasional meow from the unit next to me became monotonous. I drowned as much of it out as I could. The same voices, the same fights, the same cats misbehaving, day in and day out. In fact, as much as I tried to ignore it, sometimes I couldn't help but listen in. The woman who lived above me, whose name I gathered to be Claire, was seemingly unemployed. She rarely spoke unless it was to accost her husband for wrongdoing or to complain. Her husband, whose name was Jason maybe, he seemed to have some anger issues, but seemed more defensive than aggressive, cold and distant paired with irritable and sensitive. A perfect storm. I never gathered the cat lady's name. Instead, I became very familiar with Greta, Priscilla, and Tom. Every day, the woman would try to quiet Tom for crying too loud for food, and sometime in the afternoon, she would accost Greta and Priscilla for fighting over a nap spot in the sunbeam. Having natural sunlight into the room sounded like heaven. The voices were my only human connection. It was mid-September when I attempted to clear my throat of my developing allergies that I realized I haven't heard my own voice in months. I cried myself to sleep that night, feeling more alone than I'd ever been. By October, the isolation became unbearable. I found myself listening to the voices more than I had ever wanted to, quieting my apartment as much as possible just to catch them when I could. The same fights, complaints, meows, they became my friends, my comfort. One night, out of some sense of desperation, or maybe just a form of entertainment for myself, I started responding. It wasn't much at first, just a quiet whisper in response to Claire's complaints. When I heard her hiss, "You never listen to me," I whispered, "I'm listening." When Jackson, or Jason, or whatever his name was, sighed and muttered, "Christ, I can't do this," I chuckled and stuttered out a quiet, "Me neither." I didn't know why I kept it up. Maybe just to hear my own voice. Maybe because in a pathetic way, it made me feel like I was connecting with someone. I knew it was stupid and illogical, but it made things feel just a little less empty. It became a kind of game for me. Each night, I sat in the dim light of my apartment, sipping from one drink too many, and I listened. I let their words become ours. The fights, the meows, the mild chit-chat. When Claire snapped, "You never take me seriously anymore," I whispered, "Of course I do." Whenever the old woman called out to Tom, scolding him for knocking something over, I grinned and mumbled, "Bad cat." It was more than a game. It was all I had. Then, about a week after I'd started, I noticed it for the first time. Claire had just shouted, "For once in your life, admit that I might be right." I responded instinctively, "Why should I when you're wrong?" Before I could finish my words, from above, her husband's voice exclaimed back to her, "But why should I when you're wrong?" I paused. For a minute or so, I sat intently listening. I knew her words had sounded familiar, but had I heard the same argument before? I brushed it off at first. Of course it sounded familiar. I'd been listening to their fights for months. I probably heard them bring up the same talking points 100 times. Often enough that subconsciously I probably just knew what he was likely to say. But then the next day, it happened again. "Is it that hard to get my car's registration done? I've been overdue for almost a week," Claire snapped. And I knew for a fact that I had heard that before, not just something like that, those exact words, in that exact tone, in that exact order. That in itself could have been explainable, except the first time I'd noticed it had been in August. Her registration hadn't been expired for a week at this point. It had been almost 2 months. I turned off my AC and listened harder. My heart thumped against my ribs. "If it's no big deal, why can't you go get it done for me?" There, she said that part too, I thought. I swallowed and realized my mouth had gone dry. My palms began a cold sweat as I grappled with the feeling that they'd done this all before, many times. Coincidence. That's all it was. Maybe their fights really were that predictable. I told myself to ignore it, but I couldn't. That night I lay awake in bed, staring at the ceiling, my ears straining to pick up what was being said above me. I tried to convince myself that I was just being paranoid, but something felt wrong. That next day I kept notes of what little I could hear around me on my computer. In the past I paid little attention to what was being said and when, but on that day I was meticulous. I kept every fan off, I didn't run my laundry, I skipped my shower. I did everything in my power to keep my home as quiet as possible, to maintain the ability to transcribe every word being said. From the old woman next to me at 8:15 a.m. "Oh, Tom, be quiet, I fed you already." From upstairs, 8:17 a.m., Claire on the phone. "Yes, he left for work." "No, it'll just be me until he comes home for lunch." 12:32, upstairs again. "Jason, I told you not to slam the front door when you come in. You scare the hell out of me every time." All throughout the day, anything I could struggle to make out, I made note of. The next morning, I awoke earlier than usual. I had my notes, and I had some time, so I showered and made my way to the middle of the apartment to listen once again. I sat eagerly waiting, checking my watch and waiting for signs of life. Then, from the apartment adjacent to mine, at exactly 8:15 a.m., the woman began to speak. "Oh, Tom, be quiet. I fed you already." 8:17. "Yes, he left for work. No, it'll just be me until he comes home for lunch." And more. All morning long, I listened in awestruck silence at my entire day's transcription being reenacted word for word, minute by minute. By the time 12:32 rolled around and Claire complained about the door slamming, I was sickened to realize that on neither day nor any other had I ever actually heard their door slam shut. As if the same script had been read over and over, just muffled enough and just faint to keep me from noticing. I needed air, so I did something I hadn't done in months. I left my apartment. I struggled to wheel out into the complex's courtyard, squinting against the sunlight. The fresh air strange but refreshing against my skin. The apartment building wrapped around in a neat uniform U-shape with a mirroring building just across the narrow parking lot. The second and third floor balconies of each building were stacked like dull concrete shelves above my head. I looked up at the couple's unit just above mine. The small windows all had their blinds wide open, but I couldn't make out movement inside. I wheeled, turned to look at the unit next to mine, where the old woman lived, blinds open, but the same, no movement inside. I realized quickly that every unit in my building, and the building across the way, was the same, blinds open. No signs of life. I sat there for nearly an hour, watching. Not a single shadow moved behind the windows. No doors opened. No one entered or left the building. The silence pressed against me as I realized that not only were there no people visible to me, there was no movement at all. No birds, no passing cars, no distant voices from other tenants. Just the wind and the faint mechanical hum of the AC units. Living isolated, it'll do strange things to your mind. It'll make you keep track of things that societal norms would normally remind you of, but it also makes you ignore glaring truths right under your nose. It wasn't until I sat there utterly confused that I suddenly realized I had never seen my neighbors, not once. Not leaving their doors, not in the parking lot, not on their balconies, despite hearing their voices out there almost every night. I hadn't even spoken to anyone in person when I moved in. I'd filled out all the paperwork online, and I had been driven here by a company vehicle when the movers said they'd brought everything over. A sick feeling crept into my stomach. I had lived here for 8 months. 8 months of hearing these people argue, of hearing the woman behind me talk to her cats, and I'd never once seen another human being in the flesh. The implication had barely begun to set in when, almost in reaction to my realization, the blinds in the apartment next to me suddenly closed shut. They were followed only a few seconds later by those belonging to the unit upstairs, and in almost a cascade, all of the open blinds for every unit in the building were closed. I moved faster than I ever had in my chair. I wheeled quickly out of the little courtyard and into the parking lot. Surely there had to be a leasing office somewhere nearby. As I reached the lot, I looked both ways and saw only rows and rows of identical buildings. The blinds on each slowly closing, the movement rippling away from me for what seemed like miles of units. I'd never realized the scale of the complex. As I hustled to find any building that stuck out, I noticed that I still saw absolutely nobody. Empty cars parked in lots, bicycles leaning against fences, varying patio furniture, even children's toys left on sidewalks as though they'd return shortly. All signs of life, but without any life at all to be seen. After 20 minutes of searching for any indication of an office, I returned to my home. My arms were exhausted from moving more than I had in a long time, and I knew I couldn't keep searching forever. I made it back to my unit not long after, with the surrounding windows blocked from view by obtrusive blinds. My home felt bleak, solitary amongst the rest of them. It didn't help that I knew that somehow I really was the only one here. I made it back inside and I closed the front door behind me. Not 1 second later, as I turned to go to my room, a chime startled me and I realized that my doorbell had been rung. I immediately turned back to reopen the door, but outside, there was no one to be seen, just my weekly grocery delivery sitting neatly on my doormat, impossibly waiting where it hadn't been only 5 seconds prior. The following days were a blur. Had there actually been anyone outside to look at my apartment, they would have seen me wildly going from window to window, peering through blinds like a tweaker waiting on a package. For about a week, all of the arguing, the meowing, the idle conversation that had repeatedly permeated my walls went absolutely silent. Whatever was going on, it caught wind of my curiosity and stopped, as though to gather itself and prepare. And prepare it must have, since when the sounds of human voices and interactions reappeared a week later, they'd changed. New arguments, new discussions, even a new cat supposedly added to the bunch. The second day that the voices were back, I noticed that they were different from the day before. The conversations were new, the next day as well, and the day after that. For 7 days, I almost allowed myself to believe that maybe I'd been imagining things. I even began to hear the occasional car outside, slowly creeping past, maybe something I somehow hadn't noticed before. On the 8th day of the return of the noises, however, my heart sank. Repeated phrases, returning arguments and interactions that I'd already hastily taken note of 1 week prior. The next day followed suit. They'd learned, but only a little bit. Whatever loop was being played for me was now a whole week's worth of audio, not just a day's worth. Even the passing cars returned exactly at the same times I'd remarked the week prior. But now that I was looking for them, I could tell that they were driverless. 2 weeks had passed since I left my apartment, and a thought occurred to me. What would happen if I tried to interrupt the routine? I checked my notes of the prior 2 weeks and began to prepare a plan. The next day, the old woman would chastise her cats for ganging up on the new kitten at exactly 9:13 and 3 seconds. However, I would knock on her door at 9:13, hopefully forcing whatever charade was about to be performed for me to have to be adjusted. The next morning, I prepared myself. I shaved for the first time in weeks. I made sure I looked as presentable as possible. I couldn't give them any reason or excuse to not open the door for me. I waited in front of the door for about 2 minutes, my eyes locked onto my wristwatch, and my ears as alert as they'd ever been. The very second my little calico turned 9:13, I knocked as loudly as I could without sounding aggressive, and was sure to stop knocking in less than the 3 seconds it would take her to start talking. I waited with bated breath, far longer than I thought I should have. 3 seconds felt like a minute, and by the time an actual minute rolled around, hours had gone by in my mind. I was satisfied enough with my ability to interrupt the cycle, and as I turned my chair to return back home, something spoke to me from behind the door. "Who is it?" 3 words. 3 new words, spoken undeniably in response to me, but whatever was speaking to me it wasn't an old woman. I don't know if I could even call it human. The words felt disjointed, as though stitched together from other phrases, and distorted in a rushed attempt to sound coherent. I barely had time to collect my thoughts before the voice called out again. The words, the same, but the cadence and tone shifted, attempting to emulate normal human speech. It sounded more natural, but it was still undeniably inhuman. "Who is it?" I'm your neighbor from next door." "Who is it?" the voice called once more, as to my horror, the door creaked open. I braced myself to see something horrible waiting for me inside, some mockery of a human being waiting to lunge at me from the darkness, but darkness, inky black and concealing, was all that greeted me from behind the door. The door opened in full, and as what little sunlight that could pour inside, there was absolutely no one inside. Absolutely no movement. No sign of life, save for a voice that called out from the doorway, now in perfect form. "Who is it?" I peered my head inside the doorway, and as I did, I felt myself through a threshold. Icy and cold. Worse was the feeling of loneliness that seemed to inject itself into my veins. In all my months of being alone, I had never felt it quite so intensely as when I crossed through that door. As I entered the living room, only one thing about the otherwise unremarkable home stood out. A wheelchair, fallen over onto its side, lay in the middle of the floor. I couldn't see anything around it, but it was surrounded by sounds of slow, methodical chewing, and the occasional tearing of flesh, partnered with a hungry meow. I left immediately. After that day, the pre-written schedules changed more often, and far more sporadically. Sometimes I would go days without hearing anything. Sometimes entirely new arguments would appear in days I thought I documented, and occasionally the cars that would pass would make a turn that they hadn't before. Every action was hollow, though, and every voice was attached to nobody real. I knew that much for certain. I started to review my options. I hadn't seen another human being for the better part of a year, and I doubted that that would change unless I somehow got out of this complex, but where would I go? There was no one to come and pick me up. I hadn't opened my work laptop in weeks, and I knew no one in whatever city I was in. Did I even know where I was at? I vaguely remembered the offer after the accident and the company men coming to get me from the hospital, and my mind struggled to remember the actual order of events that led me to living here. The more I puzzled it over, the less it made sense. As far as I could piece together, I had been in the accident. Some suits had visited me in the hospital when I woke up. They explained vaguely what happened, and that the company wanted to avoid legal troubles, so they passed me over the check and the new job offer, as well as the pamphlet for the apartment. I remember signing my lease information online from the hospital, and then I remember being brought here directly from there. Had it been that immediate? Had I been such a daze I didn't recognize the strangeness of the situation? My thoughts were interrupted by a knock at my door, not a doorbell, a knock. 3 solid knocks, echoing through my apartment. A chill ran as far down my spine as I still had feeling, and I slowly began to wheel myself towards the front door. I stopped in the kitchen to grab a knife on my way. Who's there?" I asked, my voice tinged with panic. There was no answer for a moment, then softly and meticulously from the other side, I heard my own voice, broken and stitched together, call back to me. I'm your neighbor from next door." I flung the door open, brandishing the large steak knife out into the open air. I couldn't see anyone in front of me, but I knew that something was there. I sat, wildly swinging the knife in front of me, and the voice called again from right in front of my face. "I'm your neighbor from next door." There was a shimmer in the air. A glint of sunlight, a distortion outlining a shape that was unambiguously humanoid, and it was entering the threshold of the door, slowly creeping towards me. This was my only chance. With all the strength I could muster, I hurled the knife towards the no one in my entryway, and as it passed through the glimmering shape, I knew so could I. I pushed myself towards the no one, and as I entered its form, a cold I'd only ever felt once before shot through my veins. The icy sting sought to freeze me in place, and the empty solitude that pressed in around me should have taken all the steam out of me. But I didn't let it. I could feel it now. It was real. It could be escaped. I made my way through the form, and as I looked back, as it turned toward me, its non-existent unbeing making haste to attempt to swallow me up once more. I was faster than it thought, and as I turned the corner out of the courtyard into the street, I forced myself to ignore the burning of my arms and kept pushing myself onward. As I rolled as fast as I could, I looked at the identical buildings surrounding me. Through every blind, through every cracked door, there was nothing, and no one watching me. I felt eyes, hungry and jealous, piercing me from all sides. No one was trying to keep me here, but I wouldn't give it the satisfaction. I caught glimpses from my peripheral vision of glimmering nothings, clambering out of doors and emerging from parked cars. I felt chills run through my body once more as I must have passed through a group of them, their arms outstretched, attempting to grab me. Whatever they were or weren't, I don't think they could touch me. But I could feel them. More and more of them piled out of front doors, sprinting towards me, the air around me beginning to ripple as they amassed in numbers. It reminded me of waves of heat emanating from the roofs of cars under the summer sun. No one's fingers clawed at me as I pushed through thousands of them, voices cracking, warped, stitched together nonsense surrounding me with their fractal cries. After what felt like an eternity through the shimmering crowd that wasn't there, I saw what I'd been longing for. The end. I had reached the edge of the complex. It wasn't anything special as far as I could tell. No barrier or wall that would have hindered my escape. I pushed myself harder and faster than my exhausted arms should have been able to. But every icy claw that pressed through my blood renewed my vigor. The moment I crossed the threshold, the screams collapsed into silence. The air behind me felt full. No empty, frozen fingers, no warped voices, no nothing. I didn't dare look back, though, not yet. I rolled over the crosswalk and came to rest at the bus stop across the street. I finally let my aching arms rest, and they collapsed to my sides. I sat, for a moment, tears rolling down my cheeks, reeking of sweat and body odor. I must have looked insane, even to the scraggly homeless man that sat on the bench. I didn't care. He would never know it, but I loved him simply for being there. I eventually found my strength and wearily turned my wheelchair towards the complex that had entrapped me for a year of my life. I don't think I'll ever be able to explain what I saw. Before me lay an unassuming dirt lot, not larger than a football field. Unattended construction equipment lay dormant, and a porta-potty lay toppled and vandalized in the back corner. Surrounding the perimeter of the lot was a chain-link fence. A land development sign stood at the perimeter, its red letters crisp and clean as if freshly posted. Beneath an artist's rendering of a sleek new building, the words, "Coming soon. Whitlam Hawthorne. Research Complex." This happened when I was very young. I've since confirmed the details with two relatives who were present that day, though I am the only one who experienced the event firsthand. For my cousin's 11th birthday, we all went to Skyleap Trampoline Park. Have you ever been to one of those places? It's usually a massive, high-ceilinged warehouse filled with rows and rows of trampolines, stretching across the entire length of the building. In more reputable ones, there's a safety net around the edge so that the kids don't fly off and crack their heads. Skyleap had safety nets. They had other things too. An arcade, a cafeteria, laser tag, Dance Dance Revolution pads, the works. The whole place had an outer space theme, I remember. Ever since I'd seen a NASA documentary on the Discovery Channel, I'd become obsessed with the idea of space travel. Safe to say, I was in heaven. Mannequins in astronaut suits hung from the ceiling on cables, airbrushed blacklight murals of planets and little green aliens and flying saucers decorated every wall. A massive neon sign over the entryway would periodically flicker to life reading, "One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind," with a heroic sounding voice delivering the quote from a nearby speaker. This park also had a foam pit. It was off in a secluded corner of the trampoline area, and there was a lime green launch pad area, so you could really get a head start before bouncing in and landing in a giant pile of squishy foam blocks. I wasn't the most adventurous kid. Jane and Eliza, my twin cousins, were 2 years older than me. I was always trying to prove that I could be as brave as they were. When we approached the foam pit, the two of them leaped in right away, giggling amongst themselves. I hung back, unsure, and I stood at the start of the launch pad, considering my options. I noticed tiny words scrawled onto the wall beside me in white paint pen. They read, "Rules for the Nothing Zone. 1. Don't close your eyes. 2. Don't scream. 3. If it finds you, let it in." I squinted for a moment, trying to comprehend it. What was the nothing zone? "What's taking you so long, Jules?" Eliza yelled from the pit. "Are you scared?" teased Jane. I frowned and shook my head, readying myself to jump in. I sprinted forward, blood rushing in my ears, and when I reached the bouncy edge of the launch pad, I tried to spring as hard as I could, so as to make the most impressive arc. I scrunched my eyes closed. Then I was airborne. My stomach flopped and a scream escaped as I flailed midair, suddenly giddy and terrified and out of control. I did not come down. My limbs were weightless, stretched out sort of like when I let myself float in the pool, head back, muscles relaxed. My whole body felt buoyant. I imagined this was what it was like to be a balloon, thinking of the rainbow cluster tied to the party table in the cafeteria. Once I'd gotten a helium balloon for my own birthday. It was one of those fancy metallic ones you get pre-inflated from the supermarket, predictably shaped like a little astronaut. In my eagerness to bring it home, I tripped and fallen in the parking lot, scraping my knees. By the time I noticed the string had left my hand, my astronaut was 30 feet in the air and ascending up and up until it was a tiny speck against a cloudless blue sky. When I opened my eyes, I didn't see Jane or Eliza or the foam pit. I saw nothing. A blank white expanse stretching out as far as I could see. I tried to turn my body, but found that I could only twist my head and shoulders, a few degrees in either direction. I kicked my feet and arms, but with nothing to hang on to, I only succeeded in wiggling in place. Frustrated, I tried again, but by trial and error, I found that swinging my arms from side to side allowed me to spin ever so slowly. Behind me, my surroundings were more of the same. White. Empty. Blinding white. No floor. No ceiling. No sky. No horizon line. My breath began to quicken. I rubbed my eyes and opened them again, willing reality to make itself right again. I did this several times over, but each time I opened my eyes to an endless void. I was stuck. Next, I screamed for help. I called out for Jane or Eliza, for my parents. I screamed until my lungs were tired, and it felt like I was choking on razors. The sound barely traveled at all. The nothing only swallowed it up. When I could no longer scream, I began to cry quietly. I have no frame of reference for how long it had been at this point. It felt like hours or maybe days. Gradually, I became aware of another sound, a distant, melodic whine. Each time it started up again, my eardrums pulsed uncomfortably. The closest way I can describe such a sonic experience is if you were to funnel 100 overlapping whale songs through a long, narrow tube pointed directly into the cavity of your ear. It was strangely beautiful. And too much. All at once. The void was singing to me. It got closer. I spun around in place, looking for the source. I could see only pure white. The call was almost percussive now, so powerfully rhythmic that I felt each wave ripple through my ribcage. Louder, louder, louder. Something was racing towards me at an impossible speed, like a massive freighter tearing through ocean waters. I was nothing but a tiny swimmer in the path of its hull. Soon it would crush me. The song swelled in a deafening roar. I tried to plug my ears, but the vibration was everywhere. It had found the resonant frequency of my bones. My brain jostled around in my skull. Every inch of my body felt like it was running through a tumbler while being pulled apart like taffy. I couldn't think. I couldn't breathe. I wanted it to be over. So I let it in. I prayed for the nothing to take me away. A Skyleap employee found me at the bottom of the foam pit several hours later. The park was closing by then. All the other guests had gone home. The arcade was dark and quiet. My parents were waiting at the edge as I was dragged out of my claustrophobic prison, gasping for air. That was the first time I saw my mother cry. My cousins were there too, staying behind to help with the search. They claimed that I'd wandered off while no one was looking. Years later, Jane admitted to me what she and Eliza had actually seen on that fateful birthday. It didn't make sense, she told me. Our parents refused to believe the truth, but I know what I saw. You jumped, and then you didn't come down. We thought you were gone forever. One more detail about this recollection strikes me as bizarre. I'd always been small for my age. My cousins stood about a head above me. But after that day, I swear this is true. I was the same height as them. For the first time in my childhood, we were eye to eye. I'm not looking for advice. I just want anyone to tell me I'm not the first. That I didn't imagine it. That something else has knocked on that hatch before. When I took the job, it felt like a blessing. 2 weeks alone on a fire watchtower off-grid, paid in cash. Said it was part of a remote reactivation program. Some of the towers hadn't been used in years. This one needed a body to make it active again for funding. Fine by me. No service, no roads, just a drop-off by helicopter and a daily check-in by radio. Notebooks, coffee, and way too much instant ramen. And I thought I'd be bored. That was the plan. The tower itself was older than I expected. Steel frame, probably World War II era. 40 feet tall with a vertical ladder that groaned when I climbed it. At the top was a single-room cabin with wide windows on all four sides, a trapdoor entry, and a thick metal latch that locked from within. The moment I stepped inside, I knew something was off. Not wrong exactly, just off. The room felt colder than outside, even in the afternoon sun. The air was still, not musty or stale, just still. Kind of still that feels intentional. The first few days passed like I hoped. Slow, uneventful. Read, wrote, watched clouds. No fire activity, no animals. Barely any wind. But the silence didn't feel peaceful. It felt held. Then the scratching started. He was faint, inconsistent, always at night. At first I thought maybe it was a bird or a squirrel testing the supports, but it always came from the same spot, beneath the northeast corner of the floorboards. I crouched there with a flashlight more than once, checked the bolts, the framing, nothing, no gaps, no nests. But the sounds kept coming, like fingernails dragging slow spirals into the wood. By the fourth night, I couldn't sleep. I kept imagining it. Something under the floorboard, tracing circles. Then I found the first message. It wasn't written, it was carved. Shallow but deliberate, into the underside of the desk, barely visible unless you were lying on the floor like I was. 5 lines. Don't leave after dark. Don't answer the ladder. Don't look at its hands. Don't speak your name, and whatever you do, don't open the trapdoor. My stomach churned. I hadn't carved that. I hadn't even touched the desk. I stared at it for a long time, then radioed it in. HQ told me I was probably reading old graffiti. Said a guy stationed here a decade ago used to write creepy poems. I laughed it off and reminded myself that I was 100 miles from the nearest person. But that didn't explain the 6th line that I found the next night. Or how it was fresh. It doesn't like being watched. That was carved into the window frame. Same jagged strokes. I started leaving the lights on after that. All night, every bulb, even the flashlight, but around midnight the power flickered. And then I heard it. Knocking. 4 slow knocks from beneath the trapdoor, not from the ladder, not from below, from inside the room under the floorboards. I didn't move. I just stared at the hatch. The bolt was rattling gently. Not forced, just tested. The way someone might turn a doorknob to see if it's locked. Then a voice whispered my name. Not shouted, just whispered like someone was lying just beneath the wood, mouth pressed to the grain, and it sounded like me. I stayed frozen until the first light of dawn pushed through the windows. When I finally moved, I found something by my cot. In the dust. Footprints. Bare, human-shaped, but wrong. The toes, they were backwards. The next day I tried to convince myself I was dreaming. I opened all the windows, let the wind in, took a cold sponge bath, anything to break the spell. And that's when I noticed the trees. They were closer. I don't mean they felt closer. I mean, they were. There used to be a clearing around the tower, 50, 60 feet at least. Now the pines pressed just below the window ledge. Needles brushed the glass. And that's when I found the photo. Folded and wedged between two floorboards near the cot. It was black and white, it was faded, curled with age. It showed the tower, taken from a distance, maybe the edge of the tree line, but something was wrong. There was a figure standing at the top of the tower just beneath the hatch. Tall. Thin. Too thin. Arms long enough to bend at the knees, fingers that trailed below the rungs. The face wasn't cleared, it was just a smudge like the film had been warped. But in the window above, someone was watching, pressed to the glass, wearing my jacket. Same hat, same patched shoulder, same expression I'd seen in the mirror that morning. I turned the photo over. A single line was written in blocky, uneven pen. You let it out. I locked the trap door, blocked it with the desk. Then I locked the windows, turned on every light, and I waited. It didn't knock that night. Instead, it whispered. Not my name this time. It said, "Come back down." Like it knew that I remembered something. And that's when the final carving appeared. I found it yesterday beneath the cot, carved into the metal support frame. You opened it in your sleep. I checked the hatch, still bolted. I checked the desk, still wedged. But my nails were cracked, my hands ached, my shirt was dirty, stained with pine needles and something darker. I haven't radioed in since. I don't think they're listening anymore. The clearing's gone. I'm surrounded by trees. I don't know if the chopper will ever see me, and across the canopy, there's another tower. It wasn't there before. It's taller, it's thinner, built of darker metal. Windows blacked out, no movement. Except last night when I saw light inside it. Just a second, a flicker, like a flashlight or a match, and then something at the window, pressed against the glass, watching me. And it looked like me. Only smiling. Hey there kids, it's me, MrCreepyPasta, and I just wanted to tell you thank you so much for watching tonight's video or for listening to tonight's episode of the podcast, wherever you happen to do that. So if it's like on YouTube, then you're probably, watching the video, but if it's on, not, then you're probably listening to the podcast, like with Spotify or with Apple or something like that. But yeah, thank you so much for listening. And as always, I want to give a very big thank you to everybody who supports me over at Patreon. That's patreon.com/MrCreepyPasta. I cannot thank you guys enough. Thank you guys so much for being supporters. That goes for everybody who was down in the description, as well as AcidSystem, BallarmsTheRat, Blake Rattler, Mendoza, Brenna, BrimstonePandemonium, Caltuna, Chainsmoker Dealer, ChicagoHitman, CoryxKenshin, Cronut508, CrusaderChocobo, CursepoxPrimarch, Dakota Best, Daniel Poulsen, Dante Kinkade, Kraus, Ellie Hutmire, Enchanted Buns, Estebean, Gemma, HIDive, nephew, himbojerry, Hour Minute Seconds Time,
Jay Keens, Jettis Pet, Jordan Humble, King Crab, Mr. Marcus Blitz, Old Penguin, Peaceful Buddha, Psychomel, Red Shadowcat, Remember the Sun, Rinku Star, Salty Surprise, Samara Line, Seclude, Simba's Bloody Mojo, Sky Harbor, Smiley the Psychotic, Sullyman, Charlie Sue, the Chavez Brothers. Thank you so much. And honestly, thank you to everybody, even those guys that are in there for just $1, it really helps me out. Once again, that's patreon.com/MrCreepyPasta. Or if you guys like to just listen, honestly, that helps me out a lot too. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for listening, thank you for watching, and sweet dreams.